Yo, hey guys, and welcome to our week 1 cast. Shift Clique versus Supply Block Party. Tier 1 gamers. Now, if you're unfamiliar with CPL somehow while playing non-Korean Starcraft Brood War, it is the Coach-Pupil League. Whereas the better players coach the much worse players in teams, and they square off against each other. It's a party? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, we'll be getting underway shortly. Now, they will be playing all 3 maps, so they'll go in the order you see on screen there. Alright, first, we have representing Terran and our boys in Shift Clique. We got Anderson, and we got, I guess, Matman, who is not on the ID. He should be, so it makes it a little harder for me to deal with. That's okay. Rural Supply Block Party. And I do believe he is race picking. Okay, well, looks like we're first gonna get a wall in. I was wondering at first if this was gonna be an insane early scout. CPLers are known to do this. But it's gonna be something more normal. Just a very standard Terran wall. And what we have here is likely to be, well, it is going to be first scout from Zerg. So they'll both know, unless the Overlord's pulled back and just has vision over the cliff. High A rank? No. Tier 1 is C rank-ish. I say ish because it can be quite variable between high D and maybe you can hit B, I guess, sometimes. Yeah, the game is quite difficult, so you're gonna have... Hold on. You're gonna have quite the range. So thanks to the kind words, guys. Now, like, yeah. So while that was going on, Anderson decided, you know, he's gonna do forward barracks things and commit with the Marines. Well, 5 drones were pulled to deal with this, so he's pulling back for his other Marines. Which is the smart move. You want to utilize that damage of all your Marines and not have them picked off one by one. Good micro on the drones. We gotta watch this drone here, because that's the one that could be picked off. Looks like Anderson has not noticed it. Oh, he did. He got it. You know, a fairly even trade. Oh, that's a lazy drone right there. Look at him. He forgot about this guy. He was sent to fight, but, you know, he's just chilling in the back. He's like, yeah, I'm helping, guys. The Zerglings are out now, and Anderson perhaps stayed slightly too long. Yeah, he's helping. He's living the good fight. He was there. He was there at the Terran aggression of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Oh, Anderson looks like maybe panicking a little bit. A bunker behind a wall is, perhaps a bit questionable, but you never know. You want to be safe. Maybe the Zerg decided to make, like, 30 links, and, you know, then all of a sudden the bunker play's looking a little smart, but, you know, this is perhaps enough links that would give a reason to make a bunker. You're scared. It looks like behind all this, Anderson's decided to go into mech play. Which is, I would highly recommend if you're not B rank to do mech. It's much more straightforward. Yeah, this guy's still helping out. He's got your back. Okay. Good control. The legs don't have speed yet. Oh, he got caught out there. Caster Curse in action. I'm living the dream. I like this line. It looks nice on the mini-map. Decide to make more Marines, and he's teching up the starport off of one factory. So, maybe I misjudged this as... Oh, there's an armory. It should be mech. But not any mech build I've ever seen, so... We're in for a treat. This is a common thing Zerg has to deal with, is they'll sometimes undersaturate their main when they're pulling drones to make buildings. As you can see here, the natural is oversaturated, and the main is not. It's under. It's a bit of Zerg suffering, but it's something we've got to get used to. Depot and eBay. He's getting control tower. Are we gonna see wraiths? Okay, the Zerglings are going in and they're gonna scout. They're gonna see all this, and that's very important. Okay, I say he sees all this, he in fact saw nothing. Oops. That could have been good, but instead, it saw nothing. Alright, looks like mutas are on the way. 2.5 base muta. Vulture still on the map. That can potentially find Zerg expanse. Vultures are still being made. Valkyrie? Okay. So this might be, you know, a personal choice. You know, you're having trouble dealing with mutas all the time, so you've adjusted your play to include early Valkyrie to thwart off the muta play. So this could work out well for him. Yeah, that chases off the mutas. Now he'll likely get Scourge next. No Rogue Cam. Yeah, Scourge are, like, when you see a Valkyrie, Scourge are immediately on the menu, because Scourge are very good at picking them off. Oh, he's not committing on the Overlord. That's, you know, playing very safe here. Yeah, there's the Scourge. Vulture scouts this out. And again, he's got knowledge on the Zerg expands. He knows Zerg's on 2 base 3 hatch. Looks like the mutas are gonna poke in here. This seems to be like a pretty under-defended area. It's the single turret, but I say that and then the Valks come out, but here are the Scourge as well. Yep. Scourge are catching up. Okay, one Scourge connect, but I don't think it was worth it. He lost several of his mutas in the process. And that Valk is, yeah, Valk's immediately repaired. Is he getting upgrades for his Valks? No. So they're just raw Valkyries. Looks like our helper drone finally actually started to help, so this is good. And +1 attack for the mutas is on the cards here. Raw Valkyries equal raw talent. Okay, looks like this is in fact not mech at all, it's bio, but, you know, very fancy. Yes. So, the fact that he sees... The mutas see the eBay upgrading, so he knows that this is bio. A very strange opener, but one likely tailored for dealing with Mutalisks. As, you know, Mutalisks are the Zerg bread and butter. If you have a hard time dealing with them, it kind of makes sense. These overlords are creeping over. They need to be sent back, or at least these two. Or sent to various scouting locations. There's a lot of money. Yeah, a lot of money is starting to stack up, and I think we are seeing an expand being taken here. That one vulture did get cleared out from mutas. So he could probably assume, the Terran can assume that expand will likely be taken here. But he might be taxed right now. What to do. The Zerg is quite taxed right now. He sent the drone over, but he has not yet started making it. Oh, this is bad. Or is it? Oh, miss micro on the Scourge. This is very bad for Zerg. Lost all the mutas, and the only thing he got out of it was all the Valkyries. Very inefficient Scourge trade. At least the third has started, and there's a drone transfer, but you know, they got nowhere to deliver these minerals except across the map. And that's the signal for Terran to move out. And Zerg does not have much of anything. Zerglings and extra Sunkens are being made. This game would be over if these Marines had 1-1, but since it's just +1 attack, it's just Terran favored here. Alright, here we go. All the Zerglings get deleted. The mutas irradiated. The split's alright. But it looks like this is over for Zerg here. The finishing blow. Yeah, GG's called. No, not bad for game 1. You know, if I was the Zerg in that position, I would be very confused by that opener. It's a very confusing looking opener, but very safe. That's not something that would work more than once against the same opponent, I do believe. And where the channel point redeems will be back. No worries. Now then. Next map will be on Vermeer. I did forget to talk about. First map is Radion. You know, space map, 4-player map. I should have spoken about that, but, you know, we'll get to it. Yeah, IRL stream for Japan was in the works. But yeah, next map is on Vermeer. A popular map. It's pretty good. People like it. Sponsored by AMD. Not me, the map. And now, on to game 2. Here they are. Anderson's down here. Bottom right. Oh, he's got the Terran split down. Oh, not that one. Then top right, we have Matt. Yeah. Part of the point of this league is to see how much these players improve over the duration of the league. So you might be looking like, that guy's looking pretty soft, seeing one of their games early on, but they might show up later and come at you as a Giga Chad, you know, all of a sudden. They got some good coaches out there. It looks like this time Anderson has opted for center barracks. Barracks supply, is it? Now this is a very, very aggressive, cheesy play. Oh, but Zerg has gone for a 9 pool. So all hope isn't lost for Zerg here. Now, this is the mind game of very large maps like Vermeer, because normally you would be a bit greedier, because you're generally pretty safe. However, because of that thought process, cheese can be very strong. Because you're more likely to come up against someone who's doing something a little greedy, cut a few quarters, and are more, you know, vulnerable at the start. In this case, that is not happening. We have 6 Zerglings already made. And a last scout. This is an Arttaaz cheese if I've ever seen one. Oh, he's gonna be so sad when he sees this. Yeah, he sees it. It's not over, but it's not looking good for Anderson. The saving grace here is these Zerglings didn't go here. If the Zerglings went to bottom right here, this game would likely be over, but the Lings are very out of position. They don't know what's happening. That is the thing. Zerg doesn't know what's happening, but Terran does. And now the Zerglings are possibly going to be in the worst place imaginable. They are in the worst place imaginable, so all of a sudden Zerg is Arttaaz as well here. And then the Marines are just going to walk in. There's no Zerglings at home. All the larva has been used up. So this went from tragic for Terran to amazing. Now, Zerglings being made, but this is the Sunkens, emergency Sunkens, layers on the way. These are likely rallied over. The Zerglings have no hope here, so they're probably going to counterattack. There's a bunker with one Marine. This is looking over here. Well, the Sunkens keep him alive. So on paper, Terran should win this, but you know, things can get a little wonky on the ladder. Supply depot is out of range of the bunkers, so it's an easy pick-off. You need to get what you can. It is only one Marine, so some of these SCVs are vulnerable, but the Marines are coming back. There's a bunker here. Full of Marines. Yeah, that's right. You group up your Terran units. Always keep them group up. Funky little map thing. The Marines standing here in these little tiles, you can see. We're missing shots. So these specific tiles do count as low ground compared to these. It looks like the game will go on here, but... Alright, one base spire. eBay is underway. There's not many SCVs. You probably should have pulled back one of these, just so you'd have more mining. But the worker counts are even. This actually might be close. The mutas are on the way, all three of them, but there is a bunker. The bunker's in range of pretty much everything, except for the refinery. If you hold position micro, or just micro in general, the mutas against the refinery, I don't think they can be hit. If you do it properly, however, that's the key. Execution. So, this is all going to, you know, hinge on these mutas. This is the game decider here. I would have liked to see an academy, but... An academy so you can get medics ASAP? Well, while this is happening, the Marines have decided that they are going to counterattack here. And it's panning out well here. At least for a little bit. Now, it's easy to judge now we have our, like, omniscient view here. But instead of, like, 2 of these turrets, I would have liked to see an academy. that push, if it had 2 medics, would have been game-ending. At least he saves the SCVs. So the mutas have done well. Are they getting upgrades? Yes, attack. Yeah, it's a very low eco game here. He did lose some drones in that last attack. He's expanding. Behind too. Zerg is expanding. However, the overcommitment of the turrets will keep Terran safe. There's just hoping he doesn't see the 2 barracks here. Okay, Academy is finally under construction, but all this time, there's only been 1 additional barracks that is not building anything right now. There it is. So, all that time, while that was going on, the barracks were not making any units, so Terran is very army light. And behind this, a 3rd base has been put down as well. However, it is going to get scouted. Good scouting from these players, I have to say. He sees that, right? Yes, he does. Hey, yeah, see, the mutas are being able to leverage their strength since no Marines were being made for such a long time, or very few. Yeah, managing scouts when you're under pressure is a very difficult thing to do. Now we're down to 2 barracks. Surprisingly, I feel like this is going in Zerg's favor, but, you know, we've been surprised before. Anything can happen. Looks like that's another barracks down, too. Having such low production on 1 base is not where you want to be. And behind this, Zerg is getting a reasonable drone count, at least a lot more reasonable than before. They are +1 mutas. Against stimless Marines that have no medics. Medics are finally being made, though. And nothing can be done about this 3rd base. It's on these mutas to see what happens. Stim is done, medics are out, or a medic is out. Yeah, they're very low energy medics. I would like, yeah, more being made. So in this situation, it's like, yeah, that's good. As the medic runs into the mineral line to heal SCVs that don't need healing, the Terran suffering begins again. Oh, please don't lose this. He actually fended it off. He could have lost 400 minerals right there if that command center goes down. It's still at risk. Zerg hasn't noticed, but getting a free medic, always good, especially in this situation. Opting for mining gas at the 3rd. Starting to see the drone count really skyrocket here. Terran is being pressured and no way to get out. Yeah, the Muta Micro is solid. Another good pick-off. can be a bit tricky to micro mutas properly, so I'm liking seeing the good things from these players. Oh, caster curse strikes again. There's a bit of miss micro there. It's amazing how talking about a game makes players in the past make mistakes. Crazy, right? Are casters actually the most powerful beings in the universe? At any rate, lurkers are on the field. Not sure if Terran has noticed. If this is going up to Queen's Nest, looks like Zerg wants to tech. They're still both kind of worker light. And Terran is getting an expand. Oh, these might be hold position lurkers. If you don't know, hold position lurkers. Okay, they're not. They're not needed, but hold position lurkers is when you can stop their attack when grouped with an overlord or something else. And ambush units on the field with a surprise attack. Since normally they just attack right away, giving away their position. But judging from the number of lurkers versus the number of marines, it's not looking good for Terran. Now the drone count continues to increase. It's slowly inching forward in a ball. This is one of the situations where, like, man, I wish I had a single siege tank. What would have been good here would be like 3 bunkers. You know? But I don't think it would really matter. Zerg recovered too much. And Terran wasn't able to catch up from being behind. So it looks like it's a GG. Alright, on to game 3. Yeah, crazy game. It was very back and forth in ways I had not expected. You know, like, just some of those situations where you look at it and, like, on paper, it's like, this should be a win for Terra. Then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, this should be a win for Zerg on paper. And then again, swings the other way. But, you know, there's more than things than paper. Yeah, but good tries on both sides. They were doing some good stuff. Now, game 3. So this map, Deja Vu. I have not played on this map in a very long time. Personally. Anyway, Anderson again, top left, Matt, bottom left. So they continue to get mirrored positions on these 4-player maps. And Regrettably, the Overlord Scout is in the standard Overlord Scout is in the opposite direction where Terran is. This can be a bit annoying for Zerg, as they'll have very little information about the Terran if they don't send out a worker scout or have Lings go across the map. Plus, it takes an eternity for the Overlord to get on that ledge where they can spy what's coming out of the natural of the Terran. So it is a nuisance, this situation. But it's not the end of the world. Okay, Scout coming out on 12. The Terran. Also scouting the wrong direction, but hey, it's a worker scout, so not the worst thing in the world, unless you're getting cheesed. Zerg opting for 12 hatch, it looked like. Hatchery first, regardless. And then spawning pool and extractor immediately after. So, opting for faster tech at the cost of economy here. The drone scouts it. So not too shabby. Though not much to see here other than barracks being built and depots. It only confirms that it's not some sort of quick mech play. Okay, gas. Gas got spent to lair, likely going to see Ling speed next. Zerg has opted to make 0 Zerglings up until this point, which, with the scout, makes sense. There's your factory. Early creep colony. But I guess when the map is really dark, you know, you're kind of afraid. So, it makes sense. But normally, with this, like, Link Scout, you would check, see what is going on here. And then, with that information, decide to morph the creep colony into a sunken or not. Oh man, the 4 Marines run from the 4 Zerglings and an SCV gets picked off. Other SCV guy might get picked off? No, the Zerglings leave, so they get a free SCV. Good trade. More Zerglings and Spires going down. This is looking similar to the Radeon game with the fast starport. We'll likely see fast Valkyrie again, but the only difference here I see is a machine shop being added. Whereas in the Radeon game, it was just Vulture production non-stop for the most part from the factory. Armory down? Yeah, the Valkyrie play looks like to be in order again. Spire going down, or is it going up? Well, it was slammed down to go up. Because you slam it so hard, it goes through the earth and it comes out the other side. So, that's how things work around here. Lots of gas being mined. And a third is taken at the third base location this time instead of at the natural. Larva's being saved to build all the mutas at once. Allegedly, they're not being made currently, but looks like the Zerglings did poke in to get an SCV here that we just missed. A depot being made there. I thought it was a turret for a second. Yep, there's the Valkyrie, the first one. It's a very tech-heavy unit light strategy here. Probably could move the eBay back as well so it doesn't get picked off for free. Only one Valk been made. The mutas are here. 6 mutas. 7 would be ideal. They one-shot SCVs, but 6 also works because of the glaive bounce. There's the 7th, but the Valkyrie is here. Now, throwing the Valkyrie in like that, not ideal, but also not ideal is losing all your mutas for it. So at the end of the day, losing a few SCVs and a single Valkyrie for 5-6 mutas, you know, the Terran's gonna take that. Valkyries do have quite a bit of health. That's why the Scourge pair, 200. 2 armor. That's a big mutalist commitment here. They're back at no other Valkyries. No, I say that, and there's 2 other Valkyries have been made, so this might get even worse for the mutas here, especially when they get connections like that. Smartly backs off seeing 2 of them. There's no way you're gonna get much damage done with those about. However, economy-wise, Zerg is looking alright. The 3rd base location already secured, Scourge being built, and map control. SCV count's looking alright. Continue to commit to Valkyries. The Scourge are here. 8 Scourged. Now, if they're used correctly, that can pick off all the Valkyries. The last game, most of them went into a single Valkyrie, so ideally that won't happen again. The Vulture is going to scout bottom right here. He does see it. Well, not the hatchery, but he sees the sunk, so you can put 2 and 2 together, so not bad, but it would have been nice to see the mineral line and how mined it was. That gives you probably the most helpful information when scouting a base like this. The natural is still undersaturated, which is unfortunate. The main is oversaturated, so again, this is the Zerg struggle. You have to watch where you're pulling your drones from. It's like tank, marine, Valkyrie is the composition. Science vessels possibly going to be made. Double starport. Double starport with 3 barracks production. I don't know about that, but hey, if it works. Yeah, the marine upgrades are just all being started now, so Zerg still has map control here. Queen's Nest underway, and lurkers. Well, mutas poke it and eat a bunch of rockets for their troubles. The Valkyries are not being controlled and get picked off. So overall good for Zerg. Alright. Up to 5 barracks now. Oh. You know, every Terran does this. It doesn't matter who you are. This has happened to every Terran to play the game, and it is very sad. Very sad. When I've been playing Terran, I've done this. Like learning Terran, then I do this, I'm like, yep, that's the thing Terrans do accidentally sometimes. And it feels bad. Meanwhile, I heard an irradiate, looks like it went down on a lurker. Not looking good for Terran here. But he does have siege tanks against these lurkers, so he can push them back. Oh, these SCVs still aren't back to mining. Stress game incarnate right here. Looks like we're gonna have a face-off real quick here. The Mutas were not controlled and ate a lot of damage for their trouble. Valkyries straight out. Oh. Oh no. Yeah, the lurkers are being pushed back. The Mutas are very soft. It's dangerous for them. One good irradiate will get rid of them. Behind this, 4th base is being taken. Terran is still on 2. Mining has been fixed. The vessel count is also growing. Now, the 2-star port production is finally kicking in. Mutas are still soft. Do we have hive tech? Yes. Defilers and Consume are going to be on the way soon. So this is going to get bad for Terran if they don't get pushing out here soon. Scourge reinforcing to potentially get pickoffs on those flying units. Zerglings. There's the first Defiler. No, the first Defiler's over here. Let him wiggle away. Man, imagine fighting a giant centipede. While I was looking at that, something happened. Lots of Mutas died, and it looks like the Valkyrie is no more. However, the Mutas are basically out of this, but Orange Cloud is here. These units cannot be damaged under Dark Swarm by ranged attacks. Only spells and splash damage will get them. The vessel count is still strong, so unless these lurkers are replenished, this will get pushed back. Well, that's a lot of wiggly boys. 4 wiggly boys. Lots of Zerglings. A few of the science vessels can cast their abilities or random medic. The push continues though. This is when it gets bad for Terran, when Zerg gets Dark Swarm in their natural choke. It's very hard for Terran to get out. Yeah, you can see it right there. They're struggling. The vessel count still is good, though. But it might be too late. None of them have very much energy. Some of them just came out, and the others have been using their abilities. There's one with 150 and one with 75, but you know, lots of pressure going down. Looks like this is the beginning of the end. Yeah, the rallied Marines are walking through the lurker on the ram. We have lots of science vessels, but nothing else. The Lings swarm in, 4 bases. Ultralists even, they aren't even gonna be needed, but... There it is, the Zerg swarm. Purple Zerglings. No fancy lurker spines on all these lurkers. Yeah, here's the finishing blow. GG. All right. Supply Block Party takes the first bout. Is actually pretty close. Good games. Yo, no problem, man. Here's the reason I quit Starcraft. Yeah, this game is feels bad at times. I am very intimate with that. Alright, next we're gonna have Arttaaz versus Doglived. Oh, the lifting the CC, yeah, that's the Terran struggle. You're playing well, lift the CC, and then you lose all your momentum, and it's like, it's all over. Alright, setting up the next one, guys. Hold on. Oh, I realized I didn't change the map name last series. Oh well. We'll get it eventually. Alright, like the first match, we'll be starting on Radeon. Actually get to talk about that map. 4-player space station map. It has an interesting potential third base location at the compass directionals north, south, east, and west. Very defensible location. But there is the big empty space behind them that can lead to shenanigans. Good luck, have fun. We have Doglived, bottom left, and then we have Arttaaz, top left. It's going to be a Zerg vs. Protoss. So, another Zerg, but nice to see a different matchup. I didn't catch their splits, but I assume they're going to be alright. This is the level of gameplay where you're learning all the big league stuff. You gotta figure out and execute it. Like, as we saw in the last series, there was lots of moments where there was great execution and decision-making. But it's not all quite there. But we can get better. Yeah, hello yourself. Thanks for dropping by. Alright, again, we have that situation where Zerg is scouting the standard way, which is opposite of where the Protoss is. But this, you know, in this matchup, it doesn't matter. You could just send an Overlord, like, immediately over here when you see that there's nothing at the bottom right as an option, because Protoss is not going to have anything attacking air for a while. It looks like Protoss has gone for a Forge first. So, very standard safe play. It might even go into a cannon rush, pending what this probe does. Zerg has to respect a cannon rush, even if it's a fake. Okay, pool goes down. Right, and since Protoss sees what Zerg's doing, he knows he's safe, so he can put the Nexus down next. The Zerglings are not in play just yet. So, very good. Good play from their decisions so far, yeah. You can see the Overlord's already making its way over. Yeah, Nexus, Gateway, then Cannon. And you'll be fine. The Zerglings won't get there in time. Zerg, in the meantime, continuing drone, get extractor. Uh-oh. Now, this location signifies that Doglived is going to do something very aggressive. So if you're Protoss and you discover that their third base location is towards you, it's highly likely they're going to pull some sort of aggression, because units from here will have a shorter distance to travel. Fortunately, Protoss has not scouted a third location yet. So normally, the third location would be here or here in this spawn. Going around and checking. It's not here. Oh, Hydra Den. So this is the old, likely old 973. Oh, that's more than 9 drones, though. Some sort of attempt at it, perhaps. Getting Hydra range first. Interesting choice. Zealots are gonna poke out and discover that there are Hydras on the field. Unless these guys can run away. You see these guys are running over there? No, they are spotted. Well, they're in vision, so he should know. He never made any cannons this whole time. It's a bit... That was a bit risky, but it's paying off, I suppose. Able to get your economy faster. Oh, he should have saw that. He does. Yep. Behold 11-8-3-2. Cannons are underway. 2 are close to finishing here. Hydras do not have speed, but they do have range now. This is the risk of putting your hatchery forward, is that it's easier to get picked off by zealots, and we saw 1 drone just died. These 2 have gotten away, but that's a little bit less mining. But Doglived is kind of rich. I would like to see just hatchery slammed down everywhere. Well, here's the zealots. These 3 zealots are heroes. You know, like, losing the economy is not great, but Doglived has lots of money. Alright. Zealots are cleaned up. The gateway's down, but +1 did finish. Going up to 4 gates. Storm is on the way. And all of a sudden, that big bank is looking a lot less big. But this is a lot of Hydras. The Overlords are in position here, so no sneaky Dark Templar shenanigans. 6 gates are in the cards here. Dragoon range on the way. Dragoons will be eventually made. These Hydras still not have speed? Okay, yeah, no they don't. You know, the old 8-minute 30 Hydra speed timing, but you know, sometimes in life things don't go the way you want, and people judge you for it. That storm did more damage to the Zealot than the Hydras. Unfortunate, but didn't lose the Templar from the potential Hydra snipe. Look at this guy's trying to fish for maybe getting a juicy storm on some Hydras. Some slow legs are added. He looks like he wants to push in. I don't know if that's the play. Oh, if he picked this Templar off, that would have been great. He pulled back a little too cautious. Another sneaky hatch. We got a villain today. Oh, Protoss is very scared. Losing a Templar, but it was out of energy. A rather villainous Zerg that's still on hatchery tech. Five hatch. What we got here? Zealots are pushing out. An okay storm, but we would like better here. That's a good one right there. That's what we need. There's still a lot of Hydras and the Zealot count is thinning. Perhaps a little too ambitious to push that forward when you had your Dragoons on the way. You could have still, like, poked around the cannons, but... You know, sometimes... Sometimes you make commitments that you probably shouldn't, and the Zerg just did that. So it goes both ways. So if you're ever scared of your opponent, a lot of times in these leagues, they're just as scared of you as you are of them. Would like to see the High Templars being remade? Yep. We have sneaky bases, but not the saturation to utilize them. And now Doglived is suffering from a weak economy. Still hatchery tech. Is pushing in again to kill cannons. Got a cannon, but not worth the trouble. Behind this, I would have liked to see a lurker contain. But sneaky bases and a huge commitment into Hydras could have done the job. If capitalized more on some of the Protoss' movement. However, this base is going down. It didn't end up doing much for the Zerg anyhow. Alright, Protoss is now feeling confident enough to push out on the map. Map is a bit scary. Ooh. Pushing those guys back. What does Doglived have? Not much of anything. The supreme commitment to Hydras did not pay out, and now that he's run out of Hydras, it looks like it's going to be another lost base, and then he's down to 2. And this one actually has a bit of saturation, so this is a big loss for him, and it looks like this might be over from that. Oh, there we go. GG's called. Yeah. It was the massive commitment to the Hydras and not getting into lair tech. It was a very committed Hydra aggression. So when the Hydras got eventually swatted back, he didn't have anything else to fall back on. And Protoss did a good job weathering the pressure. Alright. Setting up game 2 here. We'll be on Vermeer. Yeah, good job from both players, though. A committed Hydra aggression is definitely the bane of Protoss' existence, so the idea is there. Hey guys, hope you're having a good night. We got a lot of games to go through, as you can see on the screen there. So we'll be here a while, don't you worry. On to game 2. Again, we have this common theme of top left and bottom left. This time the roles are reversed, and Vermeer is a very large map. Again, the spawn locations make Zerg suffer a little bit, but also again, in this matchup it doesn't really matter. It's only really against Terran this actually matters because Marines can pick off a stray Overlord. There's not that kind of threat from Protoss. Though, you always would want to scout first if you can help it, especially if the Protoss doesn't notice. So the order of the day is a hatchery on 9 supply. Not something I see every day. And another Forge first opener. With a double scout. So sacrificing some economy for safety here. However, since it's Forge first and this is a 9 hatch, this is very easily cannon rushed, and I think we might be seeing that here. Spotting pool is just underway. No, he's not going to commit to the cannon rush. Mr. Pro. In fact, not cannon rushing. Alright. I can appreciate the honorable play. Let this be evidence that this Protoss player is honorable. Cannon and Nexus going down. So the gateway will be next real quick here. Two Zerglings. But it's actually 8 Zerglings, because these Zerglings are in the main here trying to chase off this probe. This Overlord is over here. It forgot to get sent over. This happens when you're a little bit distracted. You're sending the Lings over. And they go a bit further than you want and the cannons get you. Second cannon, likely in response to seeing so many Zerglings, and even more Zerglings are being made. This is not going to work, sadly, for the Zerg. Two cannons with a proper block will defend against a lot of Zerglings. Yeah, even attacking the Forge to give it the hold position effect. This is going to require some good micro from Zerg to pick off that probe right away. But actually, the probe didn't block anything at all, and these cannons are going down. No Zelda's made, and all of a sudden, Zerg is looking to win this. How the tables. How quickly the tide turned. The pylon's unpowered, no units. Protoss loses. What a turn of events. I was not expecting that. So, if you're a Protoss player, I highly recommend spending a good 20 minutes in each map on single player and practice your wall-ins so this does not happen. This is the thing that kills Protosses the most. They think they have a wall, then Zerg just walks in, kills your cannons, and it's over. Though I do enjoy how on paper that looked like an easy Protoss win. All of a sudden, it's 1-1. Alright, next map is Deja Vu. That's the question is are we going to see more aggressive play out of the Zerg, or are we going to see something more standard? Alright, no cross spawns just yet. Good luck, have fun. Top left, we have our Protoss player. Top right, we got our Zerg. Now, this is the thing to watch out for. Are we going to see more aggressive play like that? Cheesy, even. This Zerg's looking a bit villainous. Gotta say. A little bit villainous. Probe going out. Pylon down. Enjoying the pylon scout. Yes, that terrible feeling when you realize you could have gotten a cheesy win if you were a cheesy player, and then getting cheesed and losing. That might make you a little aggressive. Alright, again with the 9 hatch. Another Forge first. We could see a cannon rush here. But this is an honorable Protoss player. I don't think we'll see a cannon rush. No, only the cool chatters get to see the cam. Alright, Nexus down, then we'll likely see Cannon Gateway. Spawning pool's just underway here. Again with the fast extractor. So we might actually see something more tech-heavy from the Zerg. Protoss sees everything, so he knows. Yeah, Gateway first. It's good. Yeah, that's exactly right. If you want to improve, you have to be doing the same kind of build. Ideally, it's one that's more standard that will scale with your skill level. where you can make adjustments on the fly if necessary. Because it's very hard to pivot between, like, different play styles a lot. That it's much more to take in rather than something that you're used to that you can adjust. Alright, single cannon. No zealot being made just yet. Transferring just 4 probes, that's good. A weakness of Terrans and Protosses and Zergs at lower skill levels is they'll pull way too many workers off their mineral line when transferring and just lose a whole bunch of mining time. But just pulling just a few is good. That's what you want to do. Alright, probe gets out, sees that there's 4 Zerglings. Also saw that there's actually lair tech this time, so there is going to be tech involved. Gas is being mined the whole time. Probe gets to sneak out. There's the Spire. So we might see 2 base Spire from Zerg. Which is not typical. Stargate underway, +1 air attack, it's good. So I feel like this game is going to hinge on Corsairs. Third base is going down towards the Protoss again. So, again, aggressive play seems to be the MO of this Zerg today. Yep, Zealot's poking out. It gets scouted. Alright, these Zealots are likely going down. Good micro from the Zealots, though. No mutas are being made just yet. Okay, they're being made now. Larva management's a bit tricky. I think in this situation, the hatchery in this location doesn't really mean that much. It's just an expand that is relatively close. But it is a bit risky since Protoss can push these forward bases much easier than if it was in a more secure location. The Zerg build is not standard, so we'd normally see more hatcheries, and we're starting to see them now. The mutas are in, though. 5 mutas. That's the right number of mutas to one-shot probes and 2-shot High Templars. Plus, Zerg could just not commit to mutas here. Just threaten them and pivot into Hydras. That is a potential possibility. More hatches going down, so it looks like he teched heavy into mutas. 1 Corsair goes down, which is unfortunate. So very tech heavy. We see the Hydras now. So it looks like he's going to drone up and go mass 3-base Hydra. The mutas keeping Protoss scared. But they haven't really done much. See, this is on Protoss to work under pressure. I would like to see... Well, 4 gates is fine. Yep, 2 cannons at the nexuses. Nexi. So, the Muta... The 2-base Muta fake out, basically, here. Made Protoss overcommit on defense. Well, he just took all those hatcheries, droned up, and is now working into Hydras. This might be a big surprise for Protoss. As yeah, Mutalis, or the Archon is made with the early High Templars, so he is 100% expecting mass Muta play, and that has never been the case. He sees the Hydras now, so he should know. The Mutas were never the play. They were just a bait. So now we have 8 Corsairs, so I would like to see something done with them. The Zerg fighting with a very small amount of Hydras is not good. He is going to get that 1 Templar, though. Yeah, there's the rest of his army. If he was fighting with everything at once, this would have gone much better. The other High Templar gets picked off, too, so no more storms. If only this Archon was 2 High Templar. Gonna be kicking yourself for that one. I would like to see, yeah, these 9 Corsairs even need to do something. That's a lot of Hydras, and there's not much here. It looks like Zerg might take this right here. Oh, he's being a little too forward. Needs to be a bit more patient. He smells blood in the water and he wants to go for it, and it's costing him. And that's why you see the high-level players always take out that wall first. All of a sudden, that big army lead is running scared. Now let's talk this vulnerable base. I was talking about how it's easier for Protoss to push. And now it's looking a bit, you know, vulnerable. However, he does have lots of units, so he can protect it for now. Or these Hydras are eating the biggest storms. These are the storms that you'd like to see. However, the Templars are all out of energy and there's lots of Hydras. No fear. No fear that there's potentially a storm in one of these guys left, and they're getting close even. Just a couple seconds on this one. It can be a bit of cat and mouse with Templars and Hydras. Since you might think they're out of storm and you go forward with your Hydras, and all of a sudden there's a storm. You're losing a lot of Hydras. Alright. +2 attack is denied, but 1-1 is finished. A few more cans would be nice, but the Corsairs are starting to do some stuff here. They have, you know, they've killed a few things. Probably not. They still have not really gotten their cost back. Would like to see more dive-ins to kill overlords while the Hydra army is not present. They are scouting right now. No more battles up front. The Templar count is non-existent now. Not very many cannons. Toss is looking pretty vulnerable here. The gateway count is finally getting up. Spend some of that excess money. Oh, these cannons are even unpowered too. It's looking like it's almost over for the Protoss here. Okay, the storms are finally ready on those two, but does not have many, and this one's vulnerable. They both are. Losing those two is devastating. There are no storms, and Protoss needs them. Meanwhile, behind this, Zerg continues this aggression, making Hydras and upgrading them. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He got his drone count, and he's making Hydras. But he doesn't have quite enough to break. Doglived senses on the water, really wants to finish, but you know, perhaps losing too much. However, again, losing the Templars. We need to adjust and keep them a bit safer. Yeah, keep them back here for now, at least until you have Storm. And Lurkers are finally in play. Another Evo chamber. So it looks like finally Doglived might halt the aggression here and just Lurker contain and expand. And that looks like exactly what's happening. These Corsairs still, you know, not contributing. But, you know, when you're under pressure, it's hard to manage a lot of things at once. Looks like this is the push-out, but there are no observers. Unless these storms get all the lurkers, there's no getting out of this. Oh. The poor Templar just stormed himself. That might be a sign of the feeling of the player right there. You know, sometimes you can tell how a player is feeling by the movement of their units. There was apparently a lurker drop here that I missed. It looks like it got cleaned up very easily. It's like drops are in play now. Oh, if these Corsairs were in position at home, this could have been stopped. Oh, and the eggs were not killed on this map, so the army is having trouble navigating up the ramp. But, you know, this was cleaned up reasonably well, however, did lose all the Corsairs. Yeah, even more drops are coming. Protoss is like, oh yes, I cleaned up the drops. He won't drop again, and then, you know, he's gonna drop again. This fourth base is not mining yet, but drones are being made there. Protoss trying to commit out. Another good storm, but there's not much army left, and there's just these High Templars with little energy. Alright. So in this position... Oh, losing... Okay. We can safely say it's just about over for Protoss. He lost all the High Templars. Except for this one. And they had lots of energy, too. So the pickoffs from Zerg have been good. And we have a fourth base. It's not really mining. The upgrades are good on the Hydras. No Hive tech, so they're going to be stuck at +2 attack. So, yeah, very good pickoffs from the Hydras. It looks like Bros is going to finally... No, they're not busted out. If they had their 5 other High Templars, potentially, but what we got now is the beginning of the end. Especially with these drops coming in. He sees. Yeah, these eggs are a bit tricky. I did discover this when I was playing Terran, that they really do mess you up. Focusing down the pylons, or it was, and now it's the gateways. So a bit of indecision here. Alright, we're gonna commit to the pylon again. So some of these gateways are going to be unpowered, yeah. So that's a little bonus. However, Protoss can't even produce out of them because there's no more mining. There's no more money. Can't even make a nexus. Alright, last-ditch effort to fight your way out. Dragoons fighting lurkers and hydras uphill. Oh no. Alright, we should see a GG here. Very soon. Well, the probes are long-distance mining, but... no, you don't have an army. GG. Doglived takes it. Yeah, fought to the end. Honorable Protoss get got by the villainous Zerg. That was a bit of a villainous Zerg with some of that play. Very tricky. Right, close games though so far. Next, we're gonna have Justice against its Flash. Man, I don't know what Flash is doing in CPL, but I'm glad to have him here. Is it Flash or is it? Yeah, definitely lots to be learned. This is week 1 of CPL. These guys have some good coaches behind them, and I'm sure they're gonna get some great advice. Especially, you could notice things in your games as well. Definitely correct it for the future. And he plans to cast Stormgate King of the Hill. I can't say I do. Unless some, you know, oil princes call me up to cast it, I don't think I will be. Besides, the SC2 Cabal have that on lockdown. Alright, we're back to Radeon. Yeah, I respect the honorable Protoss. You don't see many, but I appreciate them when I do see them. Alright, we have Justice. Bottom left. Top left, we have Flash. No cross-spawn still, just yet. First, Terran vs. Protoss of the day. Alright, so now we're gonna see what is our openers here. Are we gonna see something? Well, no, the pylon is built in the main base, so we're not seeing something ridiculous from Protoss off the bat. As expected from Honorable Flash. Depot being made in the main as well. Gate, so yeah, very standard safe opening. The building placement, I'm not so sure about, but it works. The building placement seems solid overall regardless. I don't think there's a screaming bird on this map for them to click, but we'll see on Vermeer. Right, 12 scout from the Terran here. SCV going out. Oh, looks like it's going to be a first scout this time. Getting core before Zealot, so very non-aggressive tech heavier play. All the Protoss buildings nicely on one screen. Terran will be able to see it and know that there isn't anything ridiculous going on. Okay, he doesn't see this pylon. It's right there. He might be a little spooked. Oh, sees it. Okay. Things are fine then. Yeah, leaves once it's spotted. Two Marines out front. Factory underway, just about finished here. One vulture being made. And the Dragoon is underway with range. And both are looking to take their expansions now. Quite the contrast from the last match. With all that aggression and some cheesy play, we got something very, very standard. SCV's going back in for a secondary scout. Oh, bunker's going down. 4 Marines, probably. No, only 3. No, the Vulture's looking for potentially this probe. Or is this probe trying to get back in the main and can't because the Dragoon is blocking him? Yeah, that was the answer. That happens. Probe over here could start doing some shenanigans later. Or even right now. At any time, shenanigans could occur. Just slam down a Nexus and couple cannons. Wouldn't exactly be the most robust thing, but if you can get away with sneaky BS, it works very well. Excellent denial of its own scout. Okay, bind to block that expand. We're going up to 3-gate Robo. Yeah, like, these guys are playing very, very standard for the most part. I appreciate it. Though it doesn't leave much action on the field. One Vulture did go down there. This base is mined as well, so Protoss is not sneaking expansions unless it's this probe. Interesting choice to move it from top to over here. I wonder what the plan is. Man, Protoss music is not as exciting, is it? Turrets going down. 3 turrets, anti-Reaver and anti-DT locations. By anti-Reaver, I mean like Reaver shuttle, which is a standard thing Protoss have been doing a lot lately, but it looks like that is not what Flash is doing here. 3 pylon wall to help prevent vulture run-bys. Yeah, they're both defending against things that are not coming, but you never know. Okay, Dragoon escort for this probe. He wants to take a 3rd. Oh, those vultures. If he had been more alert, he could have caught that probe before it got the Nexus up, but, you know, a free probe is a free probe, and you get a Dragoon out of it. What happened to the probe down here? I think it got killed by the vultures. Ross knows there isn't a 3rd Verterran. Here's the factory explosion. 6 factories, 2 add-on. Only 4 gateways. 3 soon to be 4. Looks like these Dragoons are just gonna hang out at the front. Yeah, Terran. Oh, the observer's finally in and sees this. This is probably a little scary to look at. Scan went down somewhere. Yeah, here's the additional gateways to match the factories. We're gonna need a few more, though. There they are. So, I guess it's kind of appropriate, but this is like looking at an ASL game, but both players are wading through molasses. But hey, you know, not all of us can be Korean pro gamers. That's how I feel sometimes when I look at my replays. I'll play a game, I feel real good. It was a good game. I felt I was fast, then I watch the replay and I'm like, oh, I look so slow. Feels bad. Anyway, here's the push out. Observer's watching the whole time, he knows. It's only Dragoons. Yeah, here comes the Zealots. 0 upgrades. Right, we're pushing into the Dragoons. Oh, but we're not all together here. This is where Terran's vulnerable. This is difficult for Terran pushing in like this. I need those reinforcements, but the gateway production is kicking in here. Zealot legs are going to be done soon. This is a pretty big Protoss army. We see where these are pushing a bit forward here. Finally gets the observer that was stalking the army, and here's the engagement. Tanks are targeting the goons. This is good. The Zealots are almost all eaten up, and the Dragoons retreat when the Zealots are gone. So, like, all these good moves. Perhaps the Vultures are overextending a bit. Production continues. No expand from Terran just yet. Thought this might have been a floating command center, but it is just the eBay. Still a okay Dragoon count. Would like to see more Zealots. Oh, these units just roaming into those Dragoons. A little unfortunate. There's no SCVs with this army either. Oh, it's looking a bit scary for Terran here, being flanked on both sides. Here comes the SCVs, right on cue. The mines were not cleared before the Zealots went in. And all of a sudden, that scary Protoss army just got goon juiced. Alright, game 1. Goes to Justice. Again, a bit of surprise. There was a slow game. It was looking a bit risky at some points. Well, yeah, that's what happens to your Zealots when you don't thin out the minefields before you go in. all of a sudden 1 mine hitting 8 zealots, and all of a sudden you're down 8 zealots from 1 tank shot. Oh, hey guys, hope you're having a good weekend. Nice, slow, methodical game. Alright, game 2 on Vermeer. Still yet to get a cross spawn position. We have Justice top left, Flash top right. I wonder if either of them are going to change it up here. It is a series, so we have to consider that some of these players know of some of the others and perhaps will plan accordingly. Rather than work on their fundamentals, they might be a little more mind-gamey than they should be. But you know, we're looking for W's here. Alright, pylon in a similar location as before, so likely we're going to see similar play to the last one. Yeah, planning out a series is a skill of itself. That's kind of separate to the game. Gateway. I find some of the ASL players very, or SSL in this case, since it changed the name. But I find some of them very impressive. The way they pick strategies for certain maps in a certain order, depending how things go. I find some of it quite impressive. Soul Key being one of the top ones I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, that's right. He's very good. Alright, scouting. Scouting the wrong way this time. But nothing aggressive is happening, so it won't matter. But you don't know that. You're tethered in this situation, you're like, oh man, the map is scary. There could be 2 gates in the center of it right now. Rallying zealots. They're coming. The Wide Walkers are coming soon. But in fact, since we see everything, there is in fact no Wide Walkers in the middle of the map. On the other side, Protoss sees nothing. We could be doing like a 1 base 2 factory push. Protoss is none the wiser. And now we see nothing for a second there. Looks like it's going to be the end scout. They draw a little N on the map. Dragoon comes out just in time for the SCV to arrive. If this was a last scout, the Dragoon would have been able to deny the SCV, so end scout coming in clutch here. Did not see that other pylon. I actually might have. Yeah. Dragoon's moving over. Bunker's almost done. Seems Justice likes the 3 Marines in the bunker instead of making 4. Now you gotta save money where you can. Right. Get in the bunker just as the Dragoon arrives. Good timing from both players. It's like Nexus is gonna go down now. Needs a much faster command center from Terran. Siege mode and tank underway. Well, looks like it's gonna be a slower game, but this time there's gonna be some Dragoon pressure. With the 2-gate. Some might not call that very wise, but an expand is coming down. Makes sense if you have map control and pressure, you can expand. Again, however, did he confirm the command center? He might have saw, like, SCV mining or something. Because what Terran can do is just fake out, be like, oh, there's no command center here actually, and the forward bunker just keeps scouting away, and there's actually just a bunch of units in the main ready to go. With a 1-base push. It's not happening here. Again, the players might know each other, so they might adjust their play accordingly. Like, they might cut corners or take risks because they know, oh, this guy is, of course, not going to do X because I know they don't do it. Citadel. Yeah, that's a Citadel before robotics. Zealot legs. So we're looking for a bust here, it looks like. The Zealot bust all in. So these guys know some tricky stuff. Robo's going down, more pylons, pylon wall. Kind of amusing there's a pylon wall here, but no pylons here. If all of a sudden a bunch of vultures rushed out, this base would be very vulnerable. But we know there's no vultures, only tanks. Alright, I'm looking for gateway counts increasing. We got 5 gates. Zealot legs is just about done, but we don't have the units, so perhaps a bit mistimed. We do have a fair amount of Dragoons. 10 total. Going up to 12, and then the rest's gonna be Zealots, I presume. Oh, more Dragoons are being made. What's Terran? Terran's doing pretty much the same thing as before, which is fair enough. Islands are finally coming down here. Dragoons are moving across the map. Still no Zealots yet. Comsats are underway. More gateways. So perhaps the research on the legs is a bit premature. Could have spent that money elsewhere. Alright, just tank production and vultures. Goliaths are already made. 4 Goliaths is pretty typical. 2-shot shuttles. There's no shuttles to be had here, but if there were, it'd be pretty good. Make tank is a good strategy. I don't mean that facetiously. You should be making your tanks and making your SCVs. It's a good skill to have. We're finally starting to see the first zealots. Yeah, here they are underway. It is scanned, but might not clue in to what this actually means. But this gateway formation, I know I wouldn't be able to tell anything. Unless you actually saw the zealots with speed. Terran's moving out, so this is gonna hit hard. Not very many zealots yet. Ooh. Unfortunate scan. Missed the observer. Zealots are just starting to funnel in now. It's looking dangerous for Terran. Factory's going strong. Well, at least the ones with tanks. Need more vultures. We are supply blocked though. That happens. Other side, Protoss. Continue to get more zealots. You know, seeing this many zealots would make me very concerned. We need mines. Well, they're pushing it now. He has the high ground, but could use more units. Looks like the high ground prevailed here. Ross didn't have, like, the greatest engage. The theory is here, I think, just will work on the execution, and Protoss will be able to have some of these. Moving around now, but there are mines out on the field. Thankfully, only got those 2 Dragoons hit. That could have been pretty devastating. Oh, here's probably what's gonna get Terran killed. A siege and unsiege without all your stuff. Getting caught like this. However, you know, there's still some tanks over, but here's the zealots. This looks like it's over for Terran. Oh, and just like that, it was looking grim for Protoss, and then all of a sudden, all the tanks are gone. What does Terran have back at home? Not much. Ross going to expand? Yes. Like, good tank targeting, but you know, you only have 2. This was a very efficient 2 tanks, but it's looking pretty over for Terran. Oh, he's losing that. Yeah, looks like this is GG. Yeah, GG. Alright, all these games are going to Game 3. A good mix-up from Protoss, changing things up from the last game. We like to see that. Back to deja vu. I want a cross-spawn game, and we're not getting that just yet. Well, top right, we have Flash. Bottom right, we have Justice. Now, again, we're wondering here, is there going to be any changes? What do they have planned? I have a feeling Justice is going to do the same thing as before, which is fine. Gotta get your practice in and get good. It's kind of game hard after all. And honestly, that's what's going to give you good longevity, getting robust technique and mechanics. You know, if you change things up too much all the time, you're not gonna be able to take all that in at once. Spread yourself a little too thin mentally. At least big changes anyhow. You want to make the small adjustments. Again, we have Pylon Gateway. Probe is scouting this time. That's a bit different. Last time there was no scout at all. So, is it the shenanigans kind of scout, or is it just checking things out just in case? SCV is gonna go out, see the probe. Probe comes in and sees... You know, Terran has the Terran things right now. Not much to see. And skipping Zealot to get Core. Depot, and then Factory. That was a nice 230. Factory. Not bad. There it is. Shenanigans are afoot. Now, what is the order of business here? We could have proxy robotics. We could have Dark Templars. We could have just gateways. You know, you could just do some fantastical shit that makes no sense. Just put like 3 gateways here, gateway here, and just bust them with a ton of shit. Now, the scout may have noticed that there was a missing pylon. Gateway, okay. Going back in for a second scout. This is good. This might clue into, you know, something's missing. I see the exact same things I saw before. Oh, he scouts it. And what was it? Well, it was 2 gateways, and they have been canceled. So this is kind of bad for Protoss. Likely gonna put the Nexus down. This is very bad for Protoss. Made a cheeky play, but it got scouted. Again, good scouting is very important, and these guys have been pretty good with that. I'm impressed. Now, Protoss is very behind now. Spent, you know, a whole 400 minerals down here that did effectively nothing. At least got a refund a bit for, like, I don't know. You get like 290 of it back. Bit less than that. So now we have, now the gates are going down here, 2 gate and a robo. Terran should be feeling a bit happy about this. This is definitely Terran lead. Not the best mine placement. That does not block the Nexus, I don't think, but it might. You know, Brood War tiles are a bit funky. Going by this probe just sitting there that might actually block. Well then, I stand corrected. Another Nexus go down here. Allegedly, sometime soon. What's Terran? Terran making depots, 2 factory. Getting eBay. Decided not to take the 3rd with that probe. Or we got some early aggression here. So Justice changing it up. Maybe thought can capitalize on those gateways being cancelled. Thinking that there's a low Protoss unit count. I don't know. Still 7 goons. Now up to 9. It's a bit dangerous. I don't know about this. Looks like, oh, those Dragoons definitely jump on those tanks. No, 1 missed shot. And Terran retreats. Hopefully this tank survives. It looks like it will. Vulture's gonna go around and scout out if there's any more potential shenanigans. Alright, losing 2 tanks like that, not the greatest. The Dragoons maybe pushing up for aggression? No, they're scared of these guys, who have a free ticket in. Ooh, the low economy of Protoss gets lower. This is devastating. Looks like Shuttle Reaver was also the tech choice here. But we are down a lot of probes. Good mines to hit the units getting out the gateway. Alright, that was huge value. Huge value. The Reaver and Shuttle, it has no Dragoon with it, so it's all by itself. Turrets are coming up. He did see the Reaver. And a Goliath is out already. The Observer goes down too. Already a defense force here. I don't see this Reaver doing much. Oh, that's kind of funny. The turret. The eBay floating over the turret to make it harder to get targeted actually prevented Justice from repairing it, so a little of a double-edged sword there, but the Reaver just died to a mine and tank shot. So, you know, Sometimes you don't do anything and then you win. Feels good. There's the factory explosion. Dragoons are pushing out. I'm sure they can get much done though. Likely gonna hold the ramp to slow pushes if they come out. Third is finally going down. Another Reaper's been made, and another one on the way. Yeah, we're up to 6 fact again. A Reaver with Shuttle and Dragoons can slow Terran pushes, like, quite a bit. That with high ground? It is a matter of execution, but it does slow them down quite a bit. Should see these eggs killed. I do forget about this myself. It is that they are such a nuisance. Right. Terran's pushing out now. Dragoon's taking some shots, but only lost shields for now. Yeah, I'd love some eggs too. Not these ones, though. Good fried eggs would be much better. Shuttle speed, too. Perhaps the comsats were a bit late. Well, a lot was going on, so, you know, understandable that they'd get missed. Alright, we're getting a push in here. Dragoons are just retreating completely. Doesn't want to deal with this. What's the gateway count looking like? Not great. I like some good fried eggs myself. And again, retreating, but the goal is to delay Terran, force the siege up so you can get more stuff out. No Arbiter or Templar tech. Finally, the probe count is catching back up, but it's still kind of low. Terran's a bit split here, but Protoss doesn't know that. You do want to stagger your tanks as Terran, but this is a little too split apart. Good catch on the Observer. You don't want those following your army around the whole time. We're getting kind of a game 1 situation where Terran is potentially sandwiched on 2 sides. Perhaps a little too forward with these tanks. Reaver's dropped in the middle of these tanks too. This could end up bad for Terran, but he's holding. Goons are dying. The target fire is good. Oh, but he's losing too much. Looks like the surround actually held out for Protoss here. The Reaver is still alive until there, but the push is held. The production is going. Does Terran have a command center behind this? Oh, but Protoss is overextending himself here. There's actually still enough Terran. The reinforcements are... There's a lot of Terran reinforcements, actually. If this was all together, it'd be GG. But it's looking like he might not need it. Yeah, I mean... Like, Terran's committed, sure, but when you have a 3k bank, you should spend half a second to slam down a CC, and there it is. CC gonna get slammed down. The reinforcements, nope, these guys still just feel like chilling. He doesn't need them. The lone zealots are not enough to beat this. This is actually an excellent position to fight. Those zealots have to go all the way up and around. GG is called. Justice takes it. Yeah, I could go for a nice cheesesteak. Alright, next we're going to have... Who's next? Hazorath and Haywood Mura. We're halfway through this group, man. I wasn't expecting all these games to be so long. Or rather, all of them to go to Game 3, but here we are. Yeah, I like me a good steak sandwich. Anyway, that was some excellent play from both players. The last one. I'm actually genuinely impressed. Very surprised by these guys. You know what? Breakfast for dinner is an excellent choice sometimes. Definitely not an everyday thing, but you know, just sometimes you bust it out, it's great. It's a good choice. Alright. Let's get this next one started. Our first cross map. Hazorath in the top right. Haywood Mura on the nonsense name on the bottom left. Now, it's cross maps, so I'm wondering, Is our Protoss player here just gonna slam down Nexus first? I know he doesn't know. He could be like our last Protoss, Flash. Just do standard stuff. But on these 4-player maps, you never know. You can always just slam down Nexus first and see what happens. No. It looking like that might not be the case. A similar opening for previous players. Gateway, then Scout. You think these players have had any biscuits and sausage gravy? That's a cross Scout. What are we doing? Alright, it's a little different with the cross Scout. What's coming up behind? We skipping Zealot to get core? I think perhaps the cross Scout, if it wasn't cross Scout, he might have made a Zealot and put pressure on Terran. SCV's not going to find anything, so we're going to see a probe battle here. Now, probes do not beat SCVs in a straight-up fight. Their strength is in their finesse to able to micro around and hit while not being able to be hit. A Marine is out, so this probe is looking not too long for this world. Behind this, Protoss. Not much has started. Goon range has started. Probe does not get away. If any mods want to start a Gamba, then they can. I myself am a little taxed to do that for now. If I get better at this, then might be in the future. Anyway, last scout from Terran. This kind of feels bad, but we're looking at, again, standard openers. Very safe. Oh, welcome, Doglived. You did miss your games. It was a couple matches ago. Our bunker go down NCC is about the same time as the Nexus. They're pretty even so far. Well, it looks like this Good wants to pressure and is being fought off by the Marines and Vulture. Vulture is very excellent at stripping the shields off the Dragoon, even though it has a terrible damage type against Dragoons. Plus, it can chase it down. Very good at threatening the small amount of Dragoons. It's kind of why Vulture is a very core component to the Terran army against Protoss. As well, while their damage does, like, suck against Dragoons, they do full damage to shields, plus they're excellent against Zealots, and their effective health is very, very good against Dragoons, even. Since they are a medium unit, the Dragoon does not do full damage to them. Despite having a relatively low amount of health, Dragoons do take, you know, quite a bit to shoot them down. So they can actually tank quite a bit, giving your mech army quite a bit more robustness. It's why it's important to position them correctly. Anyway, vultures, or mines are going down from the vultures. This Nexus did get up before that position got mined, so that's a little unfortunate for Terran here. A little sad, but we'll live. Scouts it now, knows that there's a third in play. Is gonna try and snipe out the probe. Did miss micro, sadly. We're on one factory here. And early upgrade. Alright, an additional factory is being added now. I wonder if more will go down later. Dragoons are doing a good job clearing the mines. There's not too many left. Alright, what is Protoss up to here? It looks like we have Robo and a Citadel. Robo's not making anything just yet. There's the probe transfer. There's no... The vultures could punish, but they don't know. Actually, the vultures could still punish. That's a single Dragoon. With low health. They gotta actually do it, but he doesn't know. Probably taxed at home, adding a third factory. More depots. What's this? I need to learn the hotkeys for observer mode. Okay, that was an academy and another depot. Starport. So we're teching. Observer's gonna see this. We're up to 4 fac now. Looks like a sort of upgrade style. Alright, looks like the vultures can't punish anymore. It's a full wall-in, despite being not the prettiest. Oh, the Dragoon even finds them. How sad. We might get this probe. That's something. Gets one. I would have liked to get 2, but... at least got 1. Probe count is pretty good from our Protoss. Terran's falling behind a bit. We're up to 5 facs and a command center is being built, so Protoss sees this and knows that Terran intends to expand. We're playing a slower style, I guess. Going into a long game. I myself prefer the 2-base Terran Bimbo style, but this is good too. It's perfectly valid. I mean, you have to expand, right, eventually. Right, second armory is down, so 2-1 should be started very shortly. Soon, perhaps? Anyway, what's Protoss? That's a lot of gateways. Arbiters on the field. So we should see a few more Dragoons, maybe, and just all Zealots. not landed yet. Depot wall to keep this relatively safe. 2-1 is underway. Well, just 2-0 is underway. Now, sometimes we forget. Sometimes we go to upgrade something and you don't have enough gas. And then something happens and you forget about it. It's a bit of a feels bad. That might have what happened there. 4th base for Protoss. Protoss looking poised to steamroll this, actually. There's actually not enough stuff here just yet. We're up to 7 facts now. So once that gets going, we'll be alright. Arbiters here. Recall being researched. +1 attack being researched as well. You know, good on the players spending their money. That's always good to do. I like this SimCity formation. It looks nice. I'm still at the stage where I'm just slamming shit down because I need it down. We're working on conceptualizing a better placement. Man, this is a lot of factories, but I think these factories might be too little too late. There's not too much here as Protoss is going to barrel in here. There's not many mines. It looks, yeah, the Zealots are going to overrun them completely. Alright, a bit of an uneventful game until it was just one punched out of here. Zealots are going to run in. If this production got done earlier, then this would have been held. No GG. Unless it was ally chat. It might have been ally chat. Anyway, game 1 goes to Hazorath. Still living in Japan. If you believe the memes, then yes. Otherwise, not quite. Alright, on to game 2. A nice simple bust. You know, just finish things there. Would have liked to perhaps see a bit more action, but hey, we're all trying to get our shit together here. So what we have is another cross spawn here. Hazorath top left, Mura bottom right. You know, after so many longer games that are fairly safe and standard, would like to see maybe a little more aggression. We'll see if they change things up or they're going to do a similar thing. So far, nothing looking out of the ordinary here. Now, given that they're on Vermeer, I wonder, Yep, scout after pylon again. I feel like we're going to see similar play from Hazorath, but caster curse is a thing. It's already reared its ugly head. Another cross scout as well. Oh, he changed his mind. Might have miscontrolled his control group or something there. That was a bit odd. They see each other. Now, the SCV may have seen it, but the Terran might not have noticed. But in that position, you might think, seeing the probe here, a possibility is cross spawn, especially since he did it last game. Anyway, the probe is here in the base. He'll definitely check top left here. Or should. Again, Dragoon and Dragoon range. Please check top left. Oh no. Well, given what we see, it's not... Oh, yes. Yes. Good job. Good. Good. This is good. It doesn't really matter because they're doing the same shit, but... You know, sometimes they're not. Yeah. Is the probe blocking completely? Oh, that's too bad. He's gonna lose the SCV. At least he knows the location. Command center is down before the Nexus, about, you know, very even. Okay. Now we might see carriers on this map. It is a big map. It's not, I wouldn't say it's the greatest carrier map, but it's serviceable, and since it's so big and there's tons of mining locations, it could be, like, a good option here. Now, the question is going to go for something like 2-base carrier or just switch into it later. We don't know yet. And Dragoon pushes back the Vulture. Now, being defensive against potential Vulture run-bys, you don't want those getting your base. We saw the Justice game earlier, and those Vultures did critical damage. Dragoon range is finished, but there is a tank to deal with it. More tanks on the way. Two gate again. Protoss is looking very solid. Terran's doing good too. It's very even. No, there's like not much going on. It's very even. We're gonna take and expand, just like last time. No Vulture mines on these potential expand locations again. So this gets to go up. Getting a much earlier factory than last time. That's a good choice. Because definitely didn't get the factory production going until too late last game. We're pushing out though. Right, we're changing things up. We're getting a push out. There's only 4 Dragoons on the map. Up 6. Now mine just connected. Over here. Oh, that was a big mine that I just missed. Yeah, positioning yourself on the high ground, that's not a bad choice. However, I thought my replay froze for a second there because it just like kind of stopped like that. I was like, wait, what? Another good mine connection. This could just straight up fight. These Dragoons, they're very soft. He doesn't realize. This is a little tragic. He doesn't realize that he could just, like, just straight up fight. Now he's kind of sandwiching himself in a bad place here, targeting the pylon. Oh, that was looking good for Terran, and now it's looking a bit rough. At least got a consolation probe. 2 probes. Not the best for Terran, but you know, I wouldn't say it was disastrous or terrible. It could have been much better. And these vultures could get into the main. No, they're just going for the natural, that's fine. A couple probes for their troubles. They all die, unfortunately. Didn't get any mine connections. Oh, if only he went for the 3rd. It was completely naked again. He might be going for the 3rd with these ones. There's already Dragoons in position. Protoss realizing that, oh, those vultures that went in my natural could have just wiped out my 3rd. Alright, another CC being built. Academy, we're up to 4 factories. And now the vultures check. Might be able to get a couple probes, no? Opts to leave. 10 HP on this pylon, too. Another sad thing for our poor Terran. But things are relatively even so far. Alright, looks like we're going for the same thing. Gonna get Arbiter tech. Get a solid amount of Dragoons, like 2 control groups, and make lots of Zealots, and then bash into the Terran while expanding behind. Getting a cannon helps against those run-bys, but the single cannon's not going to do much against 10 vultures. Might do enough against 7, but it's not done yet. Oh, didn't have time to lay down the mines in this choke. Good harass here. Might be able to even sneak into the main. No, that's covered. Okay. Good defense as well. Yeah, could have got a bit differently if they laid the mines down, but Protoss did send those goons around the other side. So even if they did go down, it wouldn't have been, like, the biggest deal. Again, these observers right on top of these Terran units, knowing exactly where the army is at all time. This turret actually might be in detection range of this observer. The observer moved. Heard me talking about it and decided to move this observer. The caster curse transcends time and reality. Alright, we're on 5 factories, soon to be 6. What are upgrades like? You got 1-0. That's the armory. 1-0. Second upgrade isn't making just yet. Going up to 7 factories, and we're expanding here. I don't know about this pylon wall, but it, you know, it's a choice. You know, that's a choice, but you know, it works. You know, we don't have to play super optimally. If it works, it can work. Just be mindful if it's a crutch or not. Nobody here is an ASL gamer. Though, you know, some Twitch chat experts are pretty up there, I hear. Alright, Protoss is moving out to the center. Looks like he wants to engage. Supply counts are very even. So unlike the last game where Protoss had a 50 supply advantage, busting in here might not work out, and you see how much more cautious he's being. He knows. Like, look at the tank count and vultures. So much more. Oh, those are some big mines. That one mine that got stuck on that zealot could have been actually gargantuan. That could have taken out all these zealots. An Arbiter moving into stasis. Looks like he wants to move in and attack. I don't know about that. While this stasis is good, consider the surface area. This blocks your army, this blocks your army, and then this blocks your army. So you would have to go around to attack from this angle. And when you're stuck up here, yeah, wisely choosing to back off. Aaron should be getting poised to move out here. +2 attack is getting towards to be finished, and a 4th command center. Lots of factories going. I like the active vultures. It's good stuff. Even gets a probe. You know, at this stage of the game, getting a couple probe kills here and there doesn't really matter, but if you can get one of those, like, big catches, it's hella worth it. Killing a depot that's blocking... Oh. Gas production was blocked by this depot. An unfortunate mistake. That happens. It would feel bad, something like that. Certainly. Opting to make the assimilator here, but not at his 3rd. Okay, we're going up in Stargate count. We might be seeing carriers soon. Maybe. It's a possibility. We'll keep an eye on that. Upgrades for Protoss, 1-0. You know, attack is really the upgrade that really matters in this matchup for Protoss. Terra damage is very strong. So the armor is not as effective. Damage is good. But, you know, if you have excess money, it wouldn't hurt to just get it just because. But, you know, we're prioritizing here. That's what's important. Prioritizing your attention on what matters. And this is a good setup. Terran's finally pushing out. This is a nice concave to push in here. You know, some of these Zelts are going to get to these tanks, but this is a lot of Terran. Actually, great engage to get all these exposed tanks. On paper, this Terran army demolishes the Protoss, but now he lost a lot more tanks than he would have liked. That was an excellent engage by Hazorath. Gateways are being made here finally. There's still a lot of Terran. Remember, we still got, 8 factories here. And he still has all these stasis units. Well, they're mostly tanks. Still has some vultures, and reinforcements will be coming soon. Arttaaz needs to replenish quickly. He's attempting to do that. Doesn't want to lose these Zealots for free. Be unfortunate. Probe here might sneak a base. We do not have carriers, it's just still arbiters. Terran's got the 4th. Might expand to a 5th soon. Looks like Terran's trying to collect their army up together, get some more map control. This is a lot of tanks. I hope he's not prematurely making Goliaths thinking it's carrier. That might be a bit of a misread, but Goliaths aren't bad. Like, they can fight. This might be a misread, or maybe they just like Goliaths, okay? Goliaths aren't bad. They do fight reasonably well with their ground attack. It doesn't necessarily suck, but vultures are generally better. But it would help to have your army together, and this is where Terrans do fall apart. It's when their army is too spread out. Yeah, Terran must be taxed here, trying to manage all this stuff, trying to push into the top right. Finally, we're going. Okay, no more Goliaths are being made. Now, some Goliaths is good to have. You need anti-shuttle and anti-observer after all. These tanks are a bit exposed by themselves. There's a counterattack here. Yeah, these flanking units are gonna potentially kill all these tanks. He's bringing back the Goliath and Vulture. All those Goliaths are coming in clutch to kill all those Arbiters. Arbiters are very expensive. Take a long time to build. There's your 5th base being made. Oh, these tanks are now exposed to these units here. He's bringing up his forces, but he needs more than just tanks. There we go. Terran looks like they're poised to maybe take the win here. It's not over yet, though. There's still a lot of play here. More Arbiters being made. +3 attack is almost done for Protoss. Are you playing against Toss back in the day? You see little blurs all over the map and think they're observers. Yeah, sometimes there's some little things on the map that do look like blurs and can catch you. Turns out your vision was going, needed glasses. Well, they helped you catch it early. Alright, expanding top right. Good to catch top or bottom left here. This is good scouting and map presence. If Protoss got this up, you know, he could continue some good mining here and deny Terrans and stuff and get more gateways. Only having gateways on one corner of the map is a bit troublesome, and he's starting to mine out. Now, there's a sneak base that we talked about earlier. Yep. 3-2 Terran army, very scary. But they're both maxed. Good minefields here. This is a lot of zealots. There's not too many dragoons. Alright, he's finally moving in. The gateways are unpowered, so there's no more forces up here. Though he's gonna need a few more units to finish this off. There's no Dark Templars here, but that is a good choice for Protoss to mix those in occasionally in their army compositions, because Invisible Man is pretty good. Forces a lot of APM out of the Terran if they don't have a science vessel nearby. He didn't get to mine much of this top right, so Terran can just take it and be happy about it. This Nexus might actually die to this. Hold on. This is a bit sad. Oh, something's happening here, though. You know, that happens. It happens to all of us, all races. You send things to deal with the threat, and in fact, they were misclicked just slightly out of range. Good EMP there, denying one of the Arbiters of stasis. But Protoss is doing a good job catching these reinforcing Terran units and going for a counterattack, forcing Terran to, you know, come back to deal with it. Might lose his 4th base here. And with these bases being taken, he might have some play left here. Oh, looks like he might not have enough here to take the 4th out. He doesn't want to lose all of these, if he can help it. Now, hopefully, retreat? He's retreating them? Okay. Somewhat retreating them. You know, he saved some. Oh, he saved them. Oh no. Wait, he saved them. It's okay. Until those vultures shoot the low HP one, but, you know. That was a good counterattack, but perhaps stayed a bit overlong. Would like to see Terran expand to the top right or the mid here. He doesn't know about this, but he should be expanding in one of these directions, or both. Oh, there's the Invisible Man we mentioned. Fortunately for him, there are science vessels nearby. The scans have caught them out. He sees the transferring probes, so that should clue him in some shenanigans are afoot down here. Oh, those mines are paying huge dividends here. There's a stray tank that was forgotten about. Oh, again, these mines, huge value. He placed those in on there, like, way long ago. Oh, this Vulture move command. An EMP goes down to help soften up some of these Dragoons. He is taking this out. Does not know about this just yet, but he's about to discover it if one of these units stray a little closer. He didn't even check up here either. So unfortunate losing that command center. This fourth is under threat as well. He still doesn't know about this sneaky base. He's taking... oh, I thought he was taking his own sneaky base, but it was just mines. Keeps his fourth alive. It's important. Protoss can't afford to replace many of his units, though. Terran's still got a lot more. Still has not scanned this. This is, at this point, this is what's keeping him in the game. Yeah, cannons go down. A fight is happening, though. A fight, as in, Protoss just runs away, because they can't fight that. This base is almost mined out. Oh, silly Zealot. He's got 3-1. He is going to take the top right. And he's pushing into the main of Protoss here. Gonna go attempt a killing blow after playing whack-a-mole with all those bases earlier. Looking for an EMP. It connects on a couple units, not where he wanted though. More stray tanks over here that are gonna get picked off. That's a lot of stray tanks we don't want to be losing for free. There's very few zealots. And actually unsieging here... oh, that was a bit unfortunate. Him unsieging there actually cost him a lot. There was only Dragoons mostly. They could have done a lot here. Need more scans. We're just losing tanks for free. This is a value trade if I've ever seen it. Yeah, Terran's probably kicking himself over that one. Still starting to get, like, a bit low here. Only, like, one base mining for Terran and losing the command center. Reinforcing Zealots catching Terran out. This is actually looking a bit grim for Terran all of a sudden. They do back off, though. Alright, lifting the natural. I'd like to actually see this lift off and go over here. Protoss is going to attempt to get 12. Yeah, that was a bit sad for Terran, because it's one of those situations where if all you did was scan, it would have solved itself. But by you trying to attempt to fix it, you made it worse. It happens, but this is still a strong army. These guys are trying to sneak around, but they're going to get a big surprise from these mines. Fortunately for him, only one connected and destroyed the other two. Yeah, another base going down, but Terran is at your base. Your guys have nowhere to go. Unless you get recall later. Killing this base doesn't do anything at this point. These Zealots were looking for a pick, but they got caught out by a significant Terran force here. And here come the invisible men. There is a science vessel here, so they will not be able to do much. Like to see this get mining. Also like to see a base here. Yo, thank you for the sub, man. Leerak. Yeah, as pretty as it feels, these bases are superfluous. For the most part. But Terran's been doing a good job just getting a bit hung up on the multitask. Yeah, look at the army supply is hugely Terran favored. For us being stuck on a single choke here against a Terran army is gonna be the death blow here. Also, I guess the Goliaths decided to be goofy. Hold position is your friend. Unfortunately, this does get spotted. So it would just be the single sneak base, and it wasn't enough to help him push through. The stasis only hits the science vessels, so this army is making a last-ditch effort to push out, but looks like Terran's got this. GG's called. That was a very close game. Copy pastas. There's a few. I don't have them on hand for me at the moment. Oh, a very close game. Again, we go to game 3. I don't even think that website works anymore. Alright, setting up game 3 here. Ah, the Terran soundtrack. Nice. Alright, we have Hazorath, bottom right. Another cross map again. Mura, top left. Very close games, this group. Alright. So what are we gonna do next? I like how they did mix things up a bit, where they played similar, but they adjusted to what was happening. That's very good to see. Alright, Probe, bit indecisive, but finally decides to get that pylon down. Sometimes the workers need a little coaxing to do what they're supposed to. I hear it's very bad to be an SCV in an Arttaaz army. He does not treat you well. Alright, gateway then scout, yep. Wonder if we'll see another cross-spawn scout. This map is much smaller than Vermeer. Looks like it is going to be cross-spawn again. Aaron doing the same thing. Like, not much to see here just yet. We're mostly just watching for potential shenanigans. Another normal scout. This has happened every time. Alright, I wonder if we've noticed it's finally... Well, given that pattern, you can't tell. But I wonder, after that second game with another cross-scout, think maybe he's cross-scouting? No, we're going top right here. And Cybercore, skipping Zealot. No villainy is afoot just yet. Alright, Terran's gonna scout him, but again, there's not gonna be much to see. The Dragoon gets out and it's gonna attempt to block if I could click on it. SCV might be able to sneak around. No, he opts to run away. But good micro from the Protoss to catch it. It's coming for you. And decides to just go across the map, actually. Gave up on the low HP SCV. Again, similar timings here. Dragoon gets pushed back. Again, the Zealot Vulture. Yeah, the Goon looks like it's trying to get maybe an angle on the Marines, but they're too close together. Alright, Marines opt to go back to their safety bunker. Also a 3 Marine user. You know, some Terrans will get 4 Marines, but if you only get 3, it's pretty effective. Plus, you get to have that extra money for SCV or whatever else to keep your timing sharp. You know, that's maybe a few too many probes transferred. Like, look at the... you know what? That was fine. Perhaps edging on the side of maybe a bit too much, but it's good. It's good enough. Alright, 2 gate again. Looks like same build. Do need to linger on these goons a little bit more. Vulture is still here. This time he's actually wise to the 3rd base. Catches it, you see? Nice adjustment there by Terran. Protoss has done the same thing in regards to that timing for the 3rd base, and finally it was punished. It's an excellent adjustment right there to your opponent's play. You know, it sends another probe, but it delays this by quite a bit. He lost like 30 seconds or a bit more than that even. Turrets are going down. There is no Reaver in play, though. we don't know that from the Terran side of things. Yeah, just a third base. Gonna see a pylon wall to keep them safe from vulture run-bys. Going to opt for the half-circle formation rather than walling off this part. Which is a good choice. Walling off this part does restrict your army movement. Even if it, like, completely seals us off from vultures coming this way. But vultures can always come from the other way. Alright, making tanks. I like it. That's what I do. Make tank. Make SCV. Liking the upgrade slower style rather than the 2-base Bimbo Terran. I think these factories are faster than he's done previously. Okay. That's a maybe a bit faster Arbiter. Didn't catch the timing last game. Either way, they're doing the same thing with minor adjustments. Though there's a lot more tanks and a lot less vultures this time. Vulture production is going to kick in. Looks like he's going for a push here. Changing things up a bit. Ooh. That's a classic. Observer will always survive with 1 health. It doesn't get that additional shot in. So it isn't just like, oh, it just survived with 1 health. It's so lucky. This will always happen against a turret. Alright, the push is coming out. The Dragoon. There's only 5 Dragoons. No, 6. Another 6 on the way with a few Zealots. We have Zealots in production and Arbiter. Looks like it's going to be a strong Terran push with this +1 timing. We don't want to bleed off units here. SCVs are being brought. Goons are looking to fish for killing the reinforcements here. Oh, he's going straight for the natural. Oh, these tanks left behind. Oh, just notices, unfortunately. You can save this one, maybe. Does draw the Protoss into some of his other tanks, though, so it turned out a bit better than it looked. Building a supply depot to help block Zealots. Yeah, see, they're picking off reinforcements here. Yeah, they'll have to go around the long way with those goons sitting there. Only 6 tanks, and this is a lot of Zealots. This might be too aggressive here. Yeah, you don't want to break this down with this many Zealots. That just clears them space to run at you. These tanks are very exposed. I foresee this going very badly for the Terran real quick here. Yeah, Zealots are getting on top. Goons are coming from behind. The reinforcements are coming, but it's just vultures. with only one tank remaining, it looks like this push is thwarted, and Terran gonna be on the back foot here. He's looking to see if he can get any probe kills, and it's not panning out super well. He got a couple. Yeah, Protoss is looking good after this. The Vulture's checking for an expand, maybe? What do we have behind? +1 armor. A late CC is being built and a starport. There's a couple vultures on the map. It's looking real good for Protoss at this point. Where's the Arbiter? Did it die to a turret? Might have. Okay. Well, with the Arbiter down, that does delay Protoss a little bit. Looks like there was a run by earlier that I did miss. Yeah, 4th base expand. So what can we do here as Terran to try and recover? Well, would have liked to have the CC built earlier. Usually you try to do that, but sometimes it doesn't make or you forget. And I've thrown games when I'm playing Terran when I forget my CC and I go to build it and then Protoss attacks my army. I'm like, oh. Feels bad. But yeah, expanding, you know, play a bit defensive. Get your upgrades in tech. Definitely a good way to try and get back in, but you will be behind. Vulture's good to fish for probes, but there are none here just yet. I can hear a very angry man in my head talking about, missed transfers, and the only reason he's getting away with it because he didn't transfer on time. A good player would ignore what's going on the field and transfer exactly when he's supposed to, or something along those lines. Anyway, Protoss is max now. It's up to Terran to try and recover before a big attack comes in here, but it looks like this is a very big attack. And the defenses don't look solid enough just yet to defend against it, so we'll see. And depots being started built here. He does know that the army is massing here, so he needs to get set up. Would like to see some tanks here. That is an excellent position to defend against things attacking through this choke. Alright, here he comes. He's barreling in here. Not enough vultures in front here. Zelts are getting the connections they want onto the tanks. And a stasis as well. Yeah. Just not enough Terran. Wasn't able to recover in time. It looks like Protoss is going to take this. Say GG. Ugh. What happened? Why's my channel messed up? Get that out of here. Anyway. Some solid games for sure. Next, got Nesh and FIRETIP. Why are there so many tier 1 players? Well, I did choose this group after all. Did it to myself. Hold on here, setting it up right now. Not that button. Hope you guys are enjoying so far. It's an interesting experience, to be sure. Oh, yes, yes. Alright, almost ready here. Oh, what my chat did that? I pressed the wrong button. Well, anyway. Here we go. Got Nesh and FIRETIP here. Good old ZVP. So change up from the Terran shenanigans. I said shenanigans again, I should stop saying that. One of those things where you say a word as a joke, but then you start saying it because you've said it so much. Like, language is a funny thing. Is this probe up to no good here? Pylon scout. These guys like their pylon scouts, I have to say. And he's going the wrong direction. Zerg's getting the ideal scout for their overlord. See. The question is Forge or Gateway? This Forge opener again. It's fair enough to expect a Forge opener from CPL Protoss. It's fairly safe and standard most of the time, so it's like, yeah, not too much to worry about. However, we have an earlier pool, a 9 pool even. which will get scouted. He does scout the later hatchery, so we should know. Only 2 larvae, though. The money was perhaps a little mismanaged here. So the Zerglings are going to be a bit late. That is a drone. I wonder if it's accidental or intentional. Another drone. Only a single cannon. It was a bit brave. 2 cannon, okay. However, this works in Zerg's favor, since they did make drones after the first 4 links. So forcing Protoss to make another cannon, I would like to see Protoss cancel this cannon now. You should know, especially after getting one right there. Cancel this, come on. You know, that's fine. It can be hard to gauge what Zerg has sometimes. And a lot is going on. You're trying to keep up with their build. You can't keep eyes on all the larvae. That's an interesting gateway location, though, if I've ever seen one. That would certainly throw me off. Good scouting from the probe, though. See, layer from the first 100 gas should see leg speed with the next 100. Can the probe get away? Oh! Oh. That's too bad. That's very interesting gateway location. I hope the Dragoons don't pop out here when the probes are more saturated on this mineral line. Sees the cyber core now, so that's probably his cue to get the Overlord out of this base. Zerg is droning very heavily. Zerg has 5 Zerglings. This is definitely ideal conditions for Zerg. Even though it was a 9 pool that didn't end up doing anything, it did force out an extra cannon, and he started drones immediately. And still making them. So finally a few more Zerglings are being added. Extra hatches are going down. Question is are we going to see Mutalisk play, or is this just a standard Spire to make Scourge to push away Corsairs? Corsair is halfway done about now. 3 Zealot is moving out. Doesn't quite have enough Zerglings to deal with this, but if one gets picked off, he certainly does. Getting that Zealot with low HP is not good. You could have potentially got in a lot of damage with these guys, but now with 1 low, it's looking potentially not the case. Yeah, there's enough Zerglings here to deal with it. This is well managed by Zerg so far. Yo, Igloo, hope you're having a good day. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. The games today have actually been super solid. I'm very happy about this. 2 cannons, 3 cannons. No, it's just 2. Perhaps could use better placement. If you're going to do 2 cannons, maybe have one up here. Alright, looks like mutas are here. Question is how many? The number to watch for is 5. Five mutas is the threshold where they do kill probes in 1 shot and 2-shot High Templar. And can potentially get more. It looks like, no, that is a single Mutalisk. And then we're going into Hydras. I'm not so sure about that one. No Scourge either. I say that as one Scourge does make a connection into the Corsair. So now there's no Scourge. It's like the Overlords now have speed and they're gonna scout. Got to turn that off. You have 6 Corsairs, however. No more are being made just yet. They have +1. High Templar. They're coming out. Should see a push out from Protoss. Yep, there it is. Zerg's coming across the map with his units, but they're not all together, so this Protoss force actually could have fought it, but he, being cautious, pulls back. Doesn't know if there's more. We do, though. I saw that. That hatchery was misplaced and it was cancelled and placed properly. More Hydras. Lurkers are on the way. Yeah, Protoss definitely could have fought that, but he didn't know there was nothing else with those. It's only now the Hydras are really coming in together. That's a huge storm, though. And losing these Corsairs, you know, not great, but when all the Hydras eat that many storms, it is pretty good. However, Templars are exposed. That was one that did have a storm. The Zealots are fearing these Hydras a little too much. Those Zealots could have turned and fought. Good Scourge connection, too. We're down to 4 Corsairs. No more are being made. But we're having mutas now. We're up to 5 mutas. Can do that. Just make 5 mutas. It's a good number. Yeah, it is certainly some good music, that's for sure. Alright, looks like we're in that situation where Protoss is contained on 2 bases. We need to wait for observers. Observatory is done, observers being built. More gates are being added. We're up to 7 gates. Another 2. The 9 gates soon. But Protoss is stuck on 2 base, and Zerga's already expanded to a 4th. The droning has been very good, taking advantage of the map pressure. We are a bit light on High Templars, though. Yes, I don't foresee good things happening to Protoss here with such a low High Templar count. Also like to see from Zerg their Overlords positioned to help pick off observers. Kind of like throwing the Zealots in there wasn't the greatest, but you know, that Storm is excellent. And most of the Lurkers are cleared up. He pulls back, like strikes out again, he will be able to secure himself, but he's opting to just fight it right now. We need to keep our High Templars alive. We have broken out, but we don't have Templars. Should be able to take this third base pronto. Just need a probe sent over. Zerg is still, like, ahead, I would say. He's very rich. With this much economy, he could replace all those units very easily. This is a bit exposed. These units over here looking a bit poised to counterattack here. Two more High Templars. Only 2 on the field. We need more. 4 is a good standing number to have with your army. He does have a good standing army, he just doesn't have Templars. And realizing this, he pulls back. Right. Alright, Storm. Another alright Storm. Again, shouldn't have your Zealots attacking into Lurkers. It's better to hold position them out of range and just have them tank Hydra shots while Dragoons shoot the Hydras and Lurkers. Yeah, that's a fair amount of cannons. Probes are finally transferring. Well, this is good. He finally gets out. We don't have much of a standing army. Dark Templars are being mixed in. They have potential. He's trying to sneak a base up here while he's being attacked. Dark Templars are going to do work here because there is no detection. Just have to avoid them getting hit by lurker spines that are attacking cannons. Oh, but there was an Overlord here, so they do go bye-bye. This is a juicy Storm, though. My goodness. You might notice, and he's waiting for it. Come on. You want to see it. 2 Storms, and all these go away. No, he doesn't. Alright, yeah, that's fine. Zerg is double expanding top right while this is going on. Good pickoffs in the observers. There's no more of those either. Meanwhile, these guys just barreled through all those cannons. Cannons by themselves do not last very long. They do excellent damage, but they need a bit of a buffer. Storming his own Dragoons there, while the Lurker goes to town. Looks like this might be the beginning of the end here. Oh, this is... Oh, it gets the Nexus. It's... Alright, that move right there is game. We'll see how he plays this out. you know, fight to the death. Again, the DTs do work, but it doesn't really matter. It's already too late. Alas. For you. Kills the observer for good measure. Alright. Now, I wonder what he's thinking for the next game. How FIRETIP will adjust his play, if at all. Maybe he'll, you know, change things up or do the same thing. Be like, you know, I can do the same thing, but better. GG. So, we'll see real quick here. Zerg played an excellent management game of those larvae, though. I would have liked to see the mutas do something. He did have 5 mutas that were just kind of hanging out. But, you know, he was getting all the stuff he needed to, though, so it's understandable. It's stormy outside, but it's cozy in here. That's right. Absolutely right. Now to Vermeer. It's a big map again. So we could see some extremely greedy play just out of nowhere. Alright, top left. So Nesh. Bottom is FIRETIP. Now, I kind of hope here Prowess doesn't get contained and they're able to be more proactive. That would be nice. But we could see something very greedy, as I say, but because greed is kind of the norm on this map a lot of the time, that opens up people to be more cheesy as well. A pylon in the one base here. Okay, already we have an interesting first location for the pylon. Normally it would be down here at a wall, so we might be seeing some sort of one base here. Gateway. 2 gate in main. Looks like that's 1. I'm expecting to see a second soon. Looks like the Overlord's gonna go the long way around. I'm not gonna know. This one can easily scout bottom left, but it'll take a while. Again, we have the spawning pool first. In this case, it works out well, because against 2 gate, which is going to get scouted. Against 2 gate, this is ideal. 4 Zerglings being made. Or 2 pairs of 2. It's going for 6. He does see the 2 gate. So this could get interesting. I find 2-gate hard to fight against a Zerg. Mainly because I find the balancing act of managing building units versus what the Protoss is doing. Because the Protoss could just continuously make Zealots, and you gotta make sure you have to match your unit count to the Zealots accordingly. The number is 4 Zerglings per Zealot, is a general rule of thumb. Simulators going up. But if they do either sneak a base somewhere or start to expand, you don't catch it in time, it can cause a lot of trouble. You do need to sneak in drones. Yeah, third hatch in base. This is exactly what you need to do. See, as Zerg, you don't know what Protoss is doing here until this Overlord gets here. So when he sees this, he's going to see that this is pivoted into more one-base play rather than just continuous Zealot aggression. So we're going for a Hydra Den. Now against one-base Protoss, the best way to deal with it as Zerg is to make Spire and Hydra Den. This one-base Protoss cannot deal with both Mutalisks and Hydras. So they kind of gotta pick their poison and deal with it. It's like we're getting a Citadel. Is this gonna be Dark Templars, I wonder? So this is only 6 Zealots. Looks like it's just going to be Hydras here. Decide to move out now. Well then, Zealot legs is the choice here. So, one base, 3-gate Zealots. Already a Sunken Maid and more Hydras. I don't think this Zealot play is gonna pan out super well. And he looks like he's opting to expand too, so this has been very inefficient, unfortunately. Okay. Zerg has managed this situation quite well, and I think Protoss is second-guessing themselves? I'm not sure. Maybe they have a plan in mind. The Zealot legs is gonna, finish. There it is. But this is 10 Zealots. Ooh, I'm not sure. That looked like it was canceled, yeah. Oh, and the Zealots come back. If the Zealots are coming back, this is amazing for Zerg. The Hydra count now, it's huge. There's the Dark Templar. And Storm being researched. We're getting some of everything here. At least the pylon survives, I suppose. And yeah, the Zealots are beaten back by the massive amount of Hydras, and these should be able to finish the game here. Heading the Overlords, yes, he did notice the Invisible Men. I don't know what this Invisible Man's doing. He decided to take a break. How long till Storm? It's not done yet. So by the time this Templar has 75 energy, Storm should be done, but Zerg could just expand from here, and Protoss is still at one base. Ooh, and the Templar is going to get picked off anyway. Storm is done, but he doesn't have the energy yet. GG. GG doesn't even get the one Storm off. A bit one-sided. That was too many. Going for an aggressive one-base play, you need to act sooner. I think Pross got a little indecisive there. That's okay. I would like to see some of these players, how they'll do in a few weeks from now, because they got some good coaches behind them. Alright, next, got Champian and Poyo. Yeah, it is the Coach-Pupil League. We are aiming to all get better. And you can't get better unless you play the game. Despite what some people on Reddit would have you believe. He just sits there. You know, sometimes just sitting there is the play. There is such thing as over-microing, and sometimes when you micro something too much in the right situation, it goes very badly. You might as well have just left it alone, it would have done the work for you. Alright, we have a PvP now. We're changing things up. Radion top right, we have Champian. I wish their colors weren't similar, but this is fine. A Poyo in bottom right. Now, I personally expect this to be the most clowny matchup, but it also could be one of the most decisive ones. since, you know, Invisible Man, Dark Templar are pretty good. And if one does not get the detection, they will just probably win the game instantly. Both getting their pylon. But you know, you never know. I've been surprised by a lot of on-paper stuff that should go a certain way. Is why, when you're not pro gamer, you shouldn't just call things a done deal. Lots can happen. It looks like got Champian scouting first. Completely wrong direction, but we got a lot of that today. A later scout from Poyo. The question is are they making a zealot here? Poyo is, Champian is not. So it means we're getting the faster tech here from Champian. Champian also opts to make the zealot after the core. 2 zealots are queued up here. Now, making a zealot first is potentially a good idea, because it negates the proxy pylon blocks the opposing Protoss can do in your mineral line. They do not get any value out of it if the zealot is there to kill it. However, if you skip it and go Dragoon, those pylons do have a net gain. Anyway, the probe is being hunted down by the zealot, but it shouldn't get caught until the Dragoon gets out. Unfortunately, the probe gets in here and sees Poyo's going through a second gate and has no core until now. He does lose the probe. Poyo saves his own. Got 2 Dragoon production. Going for Robo here, so we should see Observer then Reaver. Well, Shuttle is required for Reaver, but you know, it's an important step I did leave out. Trying to scout, but can't get any info. Okay, second and third gate here. So this is, I'm thinking Champian's looking pretty strong here with a pretty solid build. Because he'll be able to overtake the Dragoon production of Poyo very soon here. Once these get going. Yeah, there's the Observer. Observatory 4 Observer, anyway. And this hidden pylon is good for scouting potential drops. Yeah, there. I was wondering why its vision wasn't kicking in there. Brood War things. Still on 2-gate production, so he'll need to attack soon before this 3-gate is already, like, starting to overtake him. Yeah, it's already overtaking him. So very robust build from Champian. He should be able to, you know, increase his lead with this. That being said, Poyo's ahead in probe count. Very important to make probes. Just a standoff here. He does not have all his stuff with him, so Poyo could potentially engage on that. It looks like they're both gonna fight. Someone is wrong here about this being the right time to fight, and it looks like it's Poyo. Or is it? It's very close. And when you take free shots when engaging, that's definitely not what you want. The observer sees everything. We're still on 2-gate production here. 3rd gate finally being added, but the Nexus is started. And he does fend off this attack. Champian just attacking a little too early to not exploit the advantage of his 3-gate production. He consolidated a bit more, that would have been much more effective, but it was just a little too close. He expanded behind that as well at the same time. They basically came up at the same time, so... You know, game is... you know, relatively even still. I would say Champian is slightly ahead. He is behind in probes. But we're going up to 5 gates. Okay, that might change real quick, too. Real quick here. We're just gonna go straight Gateway Man here with Poyo. A Citadel. Shuttle and Reaver is being made. Reaver is good. There's a reason why it's used so much in this matchup. Now, same Dragoon count. But that will change very soon. Forge going down. I wonder if he's going for upgrades. And a 4th gate is being added here. Fourth gate, but not producing all out of all its current ones. And fixed now. Reaver's done. Another one should be queued soon. Champion also has the benefit of having complete vision of this. Oh. Oh no. This is why getting a bit of knowledge of how to place your buildings does help to avoid situations like this. The Reaver is going in, and I think it dodged this pylon. There is a cannon. The cannon might be the savior of the day. Good pull. This Reaver might be toast. Not a good use of the Reaver. At least gets a couple probes. The Dragoon, but not the value you wanted. Cannon coming in clutch there. Right, seeing the Reaver down, Poyo's gonna move out. Other Reaver and Shuttle are being made, so defensively should be alright. Be looking to take a sneak expand. Or just a third base. Oh, getting caught out here is not what you want. Poyo looks like he's going to increase his own lead. Potential third base did get scouted. This random Dragoon is just gonna kill a random pro. Or actually just get stuck and derp out and do nothing. That's okay too. You know, they're trying their best, okay? Some of them. You know, some of them were on a team. The other Dragoons are on a team. They're just doing what they can do. That about sums up what Dragoons are doing. Still 4-gate against 5-gate, but Reavers are in play. Well, a single Reaver and another one on the way. Finally has an observatory. No observers. High Templars are starting to come out. It is getting later in PvP. That's when High Templars start to become real valuable. But since the Reavers didn't do much in the early game, these Templars are going to be big value. Hold on. I'm getting a huge engage here. This is perhaps not the engage he wants. Though he's storming his own zealots, that might come in handy. It's hard to call. They are... Oh wait, with the reinforcements, looks like Poyo is going to win it. Alright, looks like that was enough. Poyo going to take it. Very interesting game. Can't say I've seen many CPL or PvP, so this is an experience for me. Overall, though, I think Champagne's build was better. Just some of the execution was a little bit lacking in some places. Definitely think they can clean that up and do much better. They know what they're doing. And the coaches can help them with that too. But good job on Poyo for taking a better engagements though. I think that's what clutched the win for him. Also the probe production, very good on that. Moving on to Vermeer now. Alright. A cross-map situation for PvP. Poyo top right, Champagne bottom left. Now, are they going to change it up? This is always the thing we need to look out for in these best of series. Because we've seen some people either change something up completely or may do the same thing but with adjustments, and I think it's really cool to see that. Quantum computing. Yeah, we need quantum computing to run Brood War here. Maybe then, finally, we won't get turn rate 8 games. It'll figure out a way to stop the Peru gamers from stealing my ladder points. Alright, looks like gate first on both sides. Nothing out of the ordinary. One has the fancy Nexus skin and one does not. Oh, that's a 2-gate. They're both 2-gating. Things gonna get a little interesting. They're both perfect mirrors of each other right now. They scouted the same kind of way too, just mirrored. Poyo has the slight edge in worker production. I wonder what they're going to be thinking, though, when they scout this and they're doing the exact same thing in the exact same way. Oh, this is the deviation. We got a pylon here. Good reaction to block the probe. Oh, losing the probe here, though. That's not so good. But they know. They're doing the same thing. I wonder what the plan is for this pylon. Probably just for scouting shuttle, but you never know. Could be a proxy. Shield battery being put down, being a bit defensive here. He did see the zealots move out. And he is sneaking a zealot of his own out. So this could do some damage to some probes. Meanwhile, these guys get here. I don't think Champian realized that it was also 2-gate. So good block there, preventing the scout of that. Alright, here comes the sneaky zealot. Will he get caught? No, there's two dragoons on the way, so this zealot should be stopped pretty quickly here. But it was a good idea. These are the kind of moves you need to do. You shouldn't lose this probe. Yep, pulled away. Right, nice work. He's taking an expand. A bit risky. He knows there's a 2-gate. Aren't making anything right now, though. Citadel on the way. So we're going for Templar tech. Oh wait, we're missing some action. Zealots are pushing out. Yeah, we're going to see Dark Templars, so the question is, will an observatory be built? This is what we're watching for. Even if an observatory is built, if a Dark Templar sneaks by your observer, it can do a lot of damage. both. Yep, 3 gate, and he's adding another gateway. We're not seeing an observatory yet. Dark Templars are on the way. The fight is happening here. Well, I can say for sure for one thing, there's a lot of discord going on between these zealots. No observatory. Okay, I think we know how this is going to end. Yeah, it was a good one, wasn't it? Yeah, no observatory. Yeah, this is like what I talked about. No observatory, invisible man. Here we go. Here he comes. Where's his brother? All the way back here? If the zealots get caught, it doesn't matter. DT can just walk by. Looks like Champian hasn't noticed. Okay, going for the natural. Gonna kill the probes in the natural. No, he's winning the fight-ish here, but there's... Oh, your probes are gone. Oh, and he knows that there's DT now. GG. Alright, a bit one-sided, but yeah, that can happen. The first game was really close, though. Very close. Good effort on both sides. Now, the final match of the day. We've been at this a while. A Hyde versus Suricatta. Also a PvP. I'm getting faster at this. Here we go. Got the Hyde in the top right. And bottom left we have Suricatta. Now again, I wonder, do we see DTs? Or are we gonna try and see more standard stuff? Pylon, there you go. A more forward pylon, but I think this is more due to preference. I'm kind of unsure about this pylon placement. Maybe there's a plan in mind. It looks like there's not much space to put stuff. Alright, gateway there. Faster gateway from the orange Protoss. Thanks for sticking with me tonight, guys. It's been a long one. So next time I'll probably choose a smaller group. Alright, similar scouting pattern again. So he's just a bit faster. Core. No core from Suricatta yet. There it is, a bit slower. Gas was taken about the same time. They should be discovering each other real quick here. Both opting to not make zealots here. Already see Goon Range is on the way. Not much to see here. If this was scouted earlier, perhaps could have done the proxy pylon in the mineral line to slow down mining. Wait and see what comes out of the gateway, but we know it's a dragon. There it is. See, this probe can get away. Oh, the Sim City betraying the Dragoon. I'm not sure why there's two probes on the map here. That's a bit of lost mining time. Maybe thought was going to lose that one probe. And preemptively added this one. Oh, it gets in. Sees that there's pretty much similar stuff going on. Hasn't seen the robo yet, but should see it now. Yep. No robotics yet for Hyde. Sending yet another probe out. It's like opting to take a nexus here. Going up to 2-gate, observatory is done. Taking a nexus. Looks like this guy is gonna do some Seeky shenanigans. Maybe just put a pylon here. Yep. I need to stop saying that word. Yeah, a pylon's good for scouting. Shuttle paths and whatnot. It might as well. Plus, it's a big commitment to kill it. So if they, like, opt to kill a random pylon that's just on the side of the map, you can reposition your army, ambush them, or hit somewhere where it hurts them. You got a lot of options. Servers out, 3-gate. I'm not digging this Sim City, I gotta say. And a Nexus being taken much slower. But has more gateways for now. The probe count is even. It's okay to mine more inefficiently here. Like, not that big of a deal. Since this is on the way, it's about halfway done. This is a bit unfortunate, since it is a mirror match. Their stuff is your stuff. 4 gates. I wonder, upon seeing this, is there going to be Dark Templar since there's no Robotech? There is no Citadel, so it would take a while to get there. But you could just do it for High Templars. If there's no Reavers to threaten you, I don't see, you know, there's no reason to not go into High Templar tech. You also could be just afraid that they have Reaver tech proxied. There's engagement here, and looks like the orange goons are in a better position than the purple ones. So the purple ones just run away. Might lose this one at the back here. Probes are pulled. I don't think going forward into the probes is the right call. But, you know, sometimes mistakes are made in the heat of passion. Now... yeah, now the Orange Goons have to retreat. Being chased out with a purple, but eventually... oh, getting flanked. This is terrible. Maybe be able to save a few of these, but losing most of them, that is not good. There's not much back at home. There is 5 gates. But purple also has 5 gates. And an army. Yeah, another mass gooning session. This is perhaps a bit ambitious. Those extra goons from before are able to come back. Oh, but purple has map control. Even though he's losing these units here, it was a generally good move. Perhaps a little too ambitious. Sometimes the right call is to reconsolidate your units, and then strike in again. We still do not have Robotech or Templar tech. We do not have Reavers on this side either. It's just Dragoons. Purple ones are pushing in again. There's more of them. But, you know, they're going into a concave, and there was a zealot tanking a lot, and the probes are here to fight. So despite the number disparity, looks like Orange is going to win yet again. You know, I'd like to see these guys retreat and consolidate again. Pushing in like this is, again, it's ambitious. It's like one of those situations where you sense blood in the water, but... you know, you lose too much going for it. He's just rallying continuously. 6 gates now. Citadel tech is now on the field. This is good. Finally, we're getting some tech. Instead of 5-gate goon versus 6-gate goon. Yeah, see, it would be, like, pretty game-winning if there was 5 more goons with this. They were just consolidated, but, you know, this is still working out. Realizing that this is, in fact, a gateway man battle, more gates are added. Zealot legs, okay. It is indeed Gateway Man versus Gateway Man. If you're wondering what a Gateway Man versus Gateway Man looks like, this is it. Usually you only see it against Terrans. But here it is in the mirror matchup. I don't think these extra gateways are going to kick in time. This 6 gate has been going for a long time and is up to 7. Still no Templar tech, it's just Zealot legs. You know, some Dragoons on the high ground here would be good. They'd be able to soak up a lot of shots if they're just, like, hold positioned here. Oh, we're getting the push in here. Here comes the speed lots. Fighting back and forth. There's more purple than orange here, I think. No, there's in fact more orange. Until the reinforcements come. Oh, there's some miscontrol there. This might be a bit of over micro. Oh, there's the High Templar. The Templar tech coming in a little late. Looks like purple has enough to overwhelm, however. The probes once again coming out to fight, but I don't think this time it's going to be enough. And finally, Templar tech was added. Dark Templar would have been the better choice. Dark Templar saves you in this situation. There are no observers. There is still no tech. Where are the Dark Templar? There are the Dark Templars, but it's too late. It's like the Hyde wins this. Gateway Man, too strong. No, never thought I'd see a Gateway Man PvP, but there it is. Very special. Alright, on to game 2, on Vermeer. Got Hyde in the bottom right, and Suricatta in the bottom left. Now, question is, are we going to see techless Gateway Man yet again? Just Gateway Man. Are we going to see something else? Are we going to see the Invisible Man? Never underestimate the power of Protoss. Right, an interesting pylon placement yet again. Forward one over here. At least this one's a bit better. You have more space to work with. The last game. Faster gas. Oh, it was canceled? Yeah, someone's misremembering their build order. I get it. I understand. It sucks. I feel that. I think one of my favorite instances of that is when I forgot to build a spawning pool. And I was just, like, going on my build. I'm like, wait a minute. Why do I feel richer than I should be? And, you know, I'm, like, 16 supply in, making my extractor. I look at my main. I'm like, oh. Yeah, I didn't make the spawning pool. I was wondering why my hatcheries were coming out a bit faster. I didn't feel like I was playing that much better. Anyway, relatable feeling. Slightly faster cybercore from Suri. Zealot on the way this time. We're not skipping goons. They're both not skipping goons. We're not skipping zealots to make goons. Rather. Dragoon next, likely? Yep. Probe scouts this getting chased down by the zealot. Dragoon on the way. No range yet. Oh. Looks like we might have someone planning to Invisible Man. Looks like we have two someones planning to Invisible Man. So this is where things get weird. You know, a lot of this matchup just reminds me of Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Where they're just doing the same dirty shit, and they catch each other doing it. Yeah, like the episode where they're in the restaurant and they look over each other through the through the crowd. Oh, I think I might have a picture. Hold on. Yep, 2-gate DT versus 1-gate DT. Well, one to soon be 2-gate DT. He's taking a Nexus behind this. Hyde is how that. Hyde is taking it. Suri is not. Wait, he's not making the Invisible Man. He took the Nexus first and made goons. And there's a cannon here. Alright. Say GG. This is a Protoss moment. So even if he did have Dark Templars, it would have mattered. There is a cannon here. It was scouted. He did not scout his own Invisible Man yet. GG. That was a game. Wretched. We used up all our good games early on. Here, I have a picture for you guys if I find it real quick. Which apparently I cannot find in a reasonable amount of time. Okay, actually, I found it. It's an old one. This is PvP. In a nutshell. If you could describe a matchup with one image, this is it. Anyhow, on to game 3. Last game of the day. So ideally, we're gonna get something better than Invisible Men, right? Surely. Alright, final game of the day. Hyde top left, Suricatta bottom left. We're on Deja Vu. Hopefully this one goes out on a bang. Unless it's a draw. Oh no, I'll be here all night. Alright, are we gonna see some wretched toss play? Gonna see more honorable. Well, there's no pylon. Center 2 gate it is. No, draws are extremely rare because it boils down to those situations where it's one of the players messing up will give the other one the win. So they just kind of threaten to engage but not actually engage because it's too risky. On both sides. Alright, first scout. Both first scout, and this is huge. You know something's up. It has to be proxy gate. There was a PvP and they both had one Reaver left and the Reavers killed each other and both had a Nexus but couldn't make probes. Damn, that's down to the wire. But here it looks like we have our favorite gateway man. He's coming for you. What we have here is A counter 2-gate with a shield battery. That's an appropriate response. But there was a shield battery that was snuck over here, so this is going to be quite close. However, since this is 2-gate here, this is going to eventually overcome the production of this one. However, it is a bit late. Oh, this Zealot gets surrounded. Not the greatest control from the probes, unfortunately. There is a shield battery here. I'd like to see another shield battery or the Zealots to be continuously produced here. You need those Zealots being produced. You need this Zealot. Oh, you don't have money. Why are you getting an assimilator? I don't know. Maybe that is the right call in this situation. Yeah, the second shield bearer, I like to see it, but I would also like to see continuous Zealot production. A forge is being built here, so cannons are going to be in play, and that could be troublesome. Yeah, there's the first cannon. He sees it. Yeah, this is where the continuous Zealot production needs to come into play here. So those cannons do need to be dealt with. The cannon's vulnerable. Also your probe line. Oh. Hyde is doing a good job splitting up the attention of Suri here. The Zealots are all over the place and the cannon does get up. So it's looking like the beginning of the end here again. Also going to lose this gateway. Looks like there's no justice and the 2-gate 8th Lord gets away with it. But hey, it's good practice for dealing with potential gateways because ladder is a dangerous place full of unpleasant individuals. This is good practice to help you deal with that. Oh, look how many Zealots there are. Just can't keep up. Yeah, the good old center 2-gate. Best build in the game. Works in every matchup. Oh, there's another cannon slowly creeping in. Grunting intensifies. Well, we did say we wanted this to end on a banger, and you know, from a certain point of view, this is a banger, all right. Alright, yeah, down to 1-gate production again. There's a robo, but nothing else. No gas to support it. I like how the Zealot 2-gate into cannons works in every matchup, too. It's amazing. I don't know. Is there anything we can learn from this game if we look at this from a long-term point of view? Oh, a single Reaver able to come out here. Hyde is not doing anything else but making cannons and Zealots, so the Reaver actually might be able to stop this. We are down to 8 probes, however. The Reaver needs to stop this cannon first from hitting the Nexus. You know, I'd be shocked if this actually plays out. Alright, I'm invested again. We need this Reaver to hit that cannon. Kill this battery if need be. If it's screwing up your Reaver. Yeah, you should kill this with your Zealots. It's screwing you up. No. There's so much potential to win here, and this battery is causing so much pain. The Reaver's exposed. Oh, rip Nexus. You have enough money to rebuild it. Oh, almost could have recovered if not for this building right here. The Reaver just needed a little space to hit those cannons. GG's called. A very interesting way to end the day that I was not expecting. Almost brought it back, only to nerf yourself. Ooh. Alright, I hope you guys enjoyed today. Got through all the games. Nerf 9-9 gate. Yeah, Blizzard will get around to that eventually, I'm sure. Actually, overall though, great games. I was actually having a lot of fun checking them out. Oh no, I'm pretty done for night. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. See if there's anybody on to host. I'll send you to Cross. Yeah. If you guys are interested, checking out CPL, here's the link to the Discord. Oh, I didn't even start the raid. How silly. Alright, have yourselves a good night, guys.